All right, folks, here we go. Round 8, second half of the 2024 FIDE candidates is about to get underway. How's everyone doing? We got one of our longtime mods as a guest, Cartier Tank. Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
And of course, our venerable sensei, I am David Pruis, joining the show as well. Now I know people are gonna ask, where is Jesse? Where is Jesse? Guys, I don't know. Okay, I never know. He'll join at some point. I think also we're gonna get Grandmaster Eugene joining us later in the show. He's in Toronto and he's gonna check out the round live and then maybe join us later.
Yeah.
So big day coming up. Actually, it's a very special day. So first off, it's the 61st birthday of the 13th classical world champion, Garry Kasparov, aka Gary Chess, the inventor of chess. So happy birthday to Gary. And more importantly, this weekend we are celebrating Dojoversary 4. It's the fourth Dojoversary. Yeah. 4 years of Dojo. We started, actually we're late on this. We started March 2020 originally with, fun fact, the 2020 candidates. That was the first big tournament we covered on this channel. So this weekend, we're not doing anything crazy. We're just going to be following the candidates as normal, but we're also celebrating 4 years. So happy 4 years,
Surprise.
David. Happy 4 years. Cardi.
Yeah, it was during the pandemic, right? Everybody was at home when you first started.
Exactly.
Did you start on January or February or March?
I think it was March.
Do you remember? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think March. Because we were originally going to start in June, and then the pandemic hit, and it was the candidates. So everyone was at home following the big tournaments, and we were like, yeah, let's cover it now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hammer
said
to Pasca that he's unconvincible. That it's a matter of faith for him.
Hilarious.
Actually, I couldn't understand Hammer's argument exactly. Because also I didn't know the background, there was a tweet and some response to that tweet.
Yeah, his point for why the commentators should see the engine is so they don't waste their effort on calculating and figuring out the position. Instead, they can spend all their effort on explaining things the best possible to the audience. And his explanation for why the audience should have the evaluation bar up is so that they can know exactly what's going on. Well, not exactly. So they have some kind of reference point, like a score.
Yeah. Also the quality of the commentators he mentioned, right?
Yeah, there's lots of factors beyond do you have an eval bar or not that's going to determine how good or bad a broadcast is. Because, like, for example, I've seen broadcasts with the eval bar that sucked, but on the other hand, I've seen broadcasts with an eval bar that also sucked, and then I've seen broadcasts without the eval bar, which were good, and other broadcasts without the eval bar that were great. So it depends on lots of factors.
When did this eval bar start? Do you remember?
Chess.com started using it on broadcasts probably 3 years ago.
No, I think the eval bar.
Available
I think FIDE first used it, right?
I think it comes from World Chess, of all places. World Chess, I think, is responsible. Because I don't remember what was the first tournament they used it in. It might have been one of the candidates, like 2016 or.
Yeah, I remember they had a funny interface in their website.
Yeah. And no, they were promising. They were like, this is gonna revolutionize chess commentary. And honestly, I
Yeah,
thought it
yeah,
was
I
kind of silly.
remember.
I was like, all right, whatever, guys. Like, okay, sure, sure. But they were they had a point. It did change everything since I mean, eval bar is now. It's just part
Yeah,
of the shows.
yeah.
Oh,
I mean, the main point is, of course, the bias after you see the evaluation, right, for a commentator. And I don't think Hammer addressed that.
we lost Cartier for a second there.
Oh,
Hello,
hello.
hello, hello.
It's all good. Internet stuff.
Yeah, my
Um,
connection is catchy today.
I agree with Baron in the chat, and Hammer gave us this challenge at the end to write
Yeah, that
a
was
Chess Dojo manifesto for good commentary. Maybe that could be our next our
Yeah,
next pod. That'd be fun.
yeah. We're going to do a manifesto. We're also going to create a human version of a graphic of the game status.
Human eval bar.
Yeah, the human eval bar. We're going to build it. We're going to build it.
Nice. Nice. Now there was one build, this guy Wayne Beam, who I think is a dojoer. He has this
Yeah.
like human eval bar thing that
Yep.
is interesting. But I think what Jesse wants is like 3 that then average out. We have to
Right.
think about. That
Yeah.
could be kind of fun.
I think we got to talk with Wayne and figure that out, because what he's got is a start, and then we just need to tune it to what we want.
Exactly.
Yeah, so this is, I think you shared that, right? For example, slightly better, much better.
Yeah.
Is that it?
That was
Or
the
maybe the sharpness or complexity of the position is also
Yeah, I don't want to overpromise
Spiciness.
nor over reveal, but I think a hotness meter,
Hotness.
you
Yeah.
know,
Spiciness.
yeah,
spicy. Yeah,
Hotness level 1000.
nice.
as well as sort of a who's it favoring kind of evaluation. Like, we don't have to just stick to one spectrum or one direction of what we're evaluating, right? We can have bars for all kinds of things going on our
And
program,
yeah, and
right?
percentages make sense too. If we feel like it's 50-50 winning drawing, something like that, it'd be like 75% for the player.
Yeah, we could have an eval bar for the audience too. Like, this is a good crowd, or like today's crowd is, yeah.
Ah,
Oh, I was just
okay.
thinking the audience could just vote on the eval of the position, actually. That is cool.
That kind of an audience eval as well. You have a poll up that automatically populates a graphic.
Yeah, no,
Wisdom
that
of
must be
masses.
doable with existing Twitch technology. Like,
Yeah.
we've definitely, because when we did Guess the Move, I feel like that was very similar kind of thing. Or vote chess, not Guess the Move, vote chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, Watches was great. The
Okay, it looks like the
first
crowd
stream
today
I
rules.
watched. Okay.
Looks like we've got a great crowd today. So that's covered.
All right, +5 crowd. Let's go.
+5. +5.
+5.
Sorry, I'm just writing a tweet, so I'm distracted.
Okay. So then I'll ask Cartier my question instead of you. Cartier, what
Yes.
is the biggest matchup today in round 8? What's the most important game for us to see?
Oh, thank you,
In
Lumber, for
today's
the gifted
candidate tournament.
subs. Thank you. Much appreciated.
We did Lukesh, of course.
Vidit Gukesh, the all India matchup,
Yeah. And the American matchup, maybe.
and the American matchup, maybe. Yeah, right now, I think a lot of people could say there are 6 players in the running for winning this tournament. But maybe after today, it's going to be a little bit more clear if all of them are running. If all of them are still chasing, right? Like, I mean, if Caruana beat Naka or Naka beat Fabi, some result like that might, a loss could knock somebody a little bit out of the race.
Oh, we have an aggressive repertoire opening.
Okay. Which board is
Yeah,
looking aggressive?
we did Gukesh.
He did Gukesh. Oh, did he start with bishop c4?
Yeah,
Oh man. Did it.
and he A6 played. Wow.
Lucia, what do you think of this a6 move?
Um, just one sec. A6 on. Oh, on Gukesh's board?
On Gukesh's board, it looks a little bit like a novelty. We've got one or two people in chat wondering if he's on tilt
A6.
or
A6
if he's
is. I mean, it's okay. It's obviously computer checked and playable, but I thought like okay, like they started going H6 in this position, which I thought was already kind of fresh, and even G5, whether white plays H3, whether white castles, like they don't even care, just H6 G5. I think Mamedyarov had a lot of games like that, but this A6, it's just. It's a bit silly, but okay. I mean, Bishop C5 will happen, and it's a useful move for the structure. It's very specific, I gotta say, very specific.
yeah. I guess if white played bishop e3 here, black would play knight g4. Because if you could prevent bishop c5 here, a6 would look super dumb.
Yeah, bishop a3, bishop e3 is a funny way to try to exploit, but yeah, knight g4 must be the answer. Also, Prague's opening is gonna be fun. This knight cb5, this is very new. I've seen this somewhere, but I struggling to remember any details. A lot of fun openings. Nepo's got this. That looks like some kind of exchange French. Okay, yeah, should be a fun
Wow.
day.
Exchange French.
It was actually the Petrov
Oh yeah,
transposing
yeah.
to the exchange French because he didn't play d4 in the Petrov. He played d3, knight f6, d4.
Nice.
Giving
Thank you,
up.
Torpedoes.
Giving up the dream of an opening advantage. Bishop e3, knight g4. We've got a good question from the Frisky Frog.
D4. C5, C4.
If we went to the Vidit versus Gukesh game, we already have a variation we can check.
Oh, give me 1 second. Let me just send out this
All right.
tweet. Sorry, I just have.
All right,
it's hard
we'll
to
get to it,
multitask.
Frisky Frog. And for now,
And I'll go to a board. I
we'll
promise.
start with some predictions. Cartier and I are going to go around while Kostya tweets. Prague versus Ali Reza. Cartier, you want to predict who's
All right.
a favorite in this, given already seeing what opening they played today?
Yeah, I will go with Prague.
Yeah,
Prague,
I also favor Prague, and given how terrible Farusha's last Sicilian was, it only emboldens me to make the same prediction I would have made before seeing the opening, which is that this matchup favors Prague. Then we get to Vidit Gukesh. What do you think?
A6 is a very strange one.
Yeah.
Let's go with Gukesh. Yeah, black win.
All right. Oh yeah, we've got more concrete moves coming in from chat. Oh my lord. No wonder Vidit's thinking. I'm gonna go with a draw in the game Vidit Gukesh. I feel like Vidit could put Gukesh under pressure, but Vidit doesn't always finish his games. He gets in time pressure, and Gukesh is pretty good in defense. He had a bad game against Fabi that he saved, so I think he can pull out some bad positions. So I'll give him
Yeah,
a
he
draw.
has a match start, right? I mean, Vidit is thinking now on move 5 or
Yeah.
what?
I'm pulling for a draw. Actually, I got money on this. I got money on Gukesh. I got a lot of money. Okay, $5. I got a lot of cash. riding on
You've got money on Vidit today?
Gukesh, on
On
Gukesh.
Gukesh.
But a
Wow.
draw would be a good result because I don't want to root against Vidit either. Okay, let me pull this board up.
All right.
Here we go. Okay, this is the Fabi Naka game. I mean, this is really the big game of the day. But let's go to Vidit. Okay, we got the Vidit game.
All right. So, so first of all, somebody in chat gave the variation bishop e3, knight to g4, bishop takes f7 check.
No.
Oh,
Which at first blush looks like it wins a pawn.
fair. Huh.
Mm.
So bishop e3. Playable.
I mean, if it's playable, it's going to be damn strong, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, black can still go for this h6 g5 thing and put the bishop on g7.
But isn't a6 a lost move?
Yeah, but maybe bishop e3 is not so accurate in this situation either. Maybe it gets hit with a d5 or...
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure there's... I'm sure he didn't just play a line and it's like bishop e3 plus 1, you know? Like, I'm sure...
Okay. Well, here's another potentially
they've
plus
got
one
some
question
ideas.
ghost, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The next suggestion from chat was for white to play knight to g5 here.
Now that's a move. Okay. That is a big question. That would be the very critical question.
That move also has the potential to end the game
Yeah.
as a contest. So,
But here, wait, here a6 is making sense because you go d5, right?
okay.
ED,
d5, ed.
knight a5,
Yeah.
and you don't got your bishop b5 check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But after, let's say, queen f3 or knight c3,
Mm-hmm.
are you ever going to regain your center pawn? Let's say knight c3.
But if we look at, let's just take the normal fried lever
Mm-hmm.
and just compare. Because there is a line like knight g5, d5 takes, knight a5. White could go d3 instead of bishop b5 check. And I believe white keeps the pawn here, but black gets long-term play because of the light squares. You got some c6 ideas.
Yeah.
So this one is supposed to be playable for black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, otherwise white would just be up a pawn. But if we compare it to the line we were looking at, so a6, knight g5, d5 takes, knight a5.
I think the trade-off of a tempo of knight c3 for white and a6 for black is heavily in white's favor.
That feels like it should be in white's favor, yeah. But maybe not so much that it's, like, maybe the position is still very, very playable for...
And I think
For
the
black.
line with d3, I might remember incorrectly. But I think the line with d3, black can play h6 right away, and you can't play knight e4 because you would hang a piece.
Mm-hmm.
So your knight has to go to f3, and then black can play e4 and kick your knight, and then they can trade on c4 and play c6. And so they're really going after your light squares pretty hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, clearly Vidit is thinking about this.
Yeah.
I do think this a6 move
David,
could
how
be
do
useful because of
you
b5.
follow the board Kostya is showing from the stream?
Sometimes I just watch the stream with the sound off to see his position. Other times, most of the time, I just kind of trust that Coast is playing a bunch of moves, and I just follow everything in my head.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need an eval bar, and I don't need a board.
It's fun to
You need
be
nothing.
the guest because you get to like just visualize all the analysis. Like that's what I try to do, and it's like it's like work. You guys
Yeah.
Oh,
do
okay.
that. But David, sometimes when we analyze, you're like, okay, I play here, and then I have to go check the stream. So we got to be
Yeah,
very...
yeah. Sometimes I do that. I apologize.
No, it's all good. I'm sure I do it too.
I don't try to do that. But I notice it throws you for a loop. And then I
Yes.
know you're playing blindfolded.
Okay, so Prague going for it, and Naka Fabi. I guess anything that Naka chooses is interesting for this moment because I was talking to Cartier before the show. Like Naka has beaten Fabi with white a lot recently in very critical games,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
so I mean, despite what he says, I think he still wants to win the tournament. And he's got white. I feel like this is big game for Naka. And he just went with Rui Lopez. Like, I feel like he often tries to surprise people. But okay, D3, that's maybe a small surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop C5, castles. And okay, we're going to get one of these typical Rui Lopez Italian game positions, which is very playable, but Fabi has seen this position, a million times. So
Yeah, but it shows a certain kind of confidence from Naka, that he thinks that he can outplay Fabi just in a long strategic game. He doesn't have some kind of feeling like, oh, Fabi's so good, I need to get this or I need to get that, or this kind of position, or catch him in opening prep or something. Like, can just play.
yeah, yeah.
People are
Interesting choice.
talking about traps.
Traxler.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, from the Vidit Gukesh game, if Vidit plays knight g5, Gukesh could
Bishop
play bishop c5, but in
Yeah.
chat, I said what I'll say here. That's losing for black. Like, literally lost, because the d3 move is super useful. When you're sacking a bunch of material because your opponent is undeveloped and awkward, and then they've got one absolutely quality developing move, d3, that's it for free.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about this when we were looking at this, but I didn't suggest because to me A6
Oh,
just can't be useful in this variation.
yeah, A6 doesn't seem useful, right? I mean,
Yeah.
of course, in Italian it is useful, but
So
at this point, what is the advantage of A6?
yeah, I would think this is just completely unplayable for black.
The only advantage I see is that Vidit already spent 20 minutes. And this is a guy who's like out of time every
Yeah,
Maybe that was part of what inspired Gukesh's choice.
Well, no, for sure. I mean, and that's Vidit's problem. If this was like a Title Tuesday game, okay, he'll go knight g5 and just see what happens, right? But this is a huge game. You can't just your opponent is armed to the teeth, especially knight g5. It's like it's like the first human move you look at here.
Unless he's just faking. I mean, it is off a rest day, and Vidit didn't play anything surprising, so Gukesh planned this. But how well prepared can Gukesh be all the time? Because he plays such a big variety of openings, He's not just following a repertoire.
who is he working with?
His second, I think, is okay. Castle's on the board. Yeah, Vidit's like, I'm just gonna play normal chess. This I think he's Polish Grandmaster Gajewski.
Oh, H6.
He just
Good lord.
Gukesh.
And he blitzed it out too. He was like, "You want to think another 20 minutes? Here you go."
Yeah, I was gonna play
So fun.
H6, but I, played A6 by mistake. So let me
Gukesh
correct
don't
that.
care.
I can imagine him sitting 20 minutes at the board just to be able to play H6 a couple seconds faster. Let Vidit keep tanking.
Yeah.
Do you think he will play G5 next?
Yeah.
Former Vichy seconds,
No,
exactly.
Aritra Chatterjee is saying also Ganguly, which I was thinking too.
Right. Now I was listening to Giri. He made such a funny point. They were talking about. I think he's talking with Levy about whether Gukesh will be able to recover because his last game. Oh my God, guys! His last game against Faruja. After that game, I was like, for the first time in my life, I was like, I need a drink. Like,
Really?
I'm 31. I've had plenty of alcohol, but just seeing that moment, that was like the
Right.
first time where I had that thought. Like,
People do that
jeez.
all the time in movies or TV, right? It'll be
Hmm.
like, somebody says something rude or like they have a tough day at work and they're like, oh my God, I need a drink. It's like, does anything make you need a drink? But this is your first time having that kind of feeling
Yeah,
of
that
like
was
life
so
made you need a
painful.
drink.
Just soul crushing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so anyway, so yeah, Gary was talking about like whether Gukesh can recover. He was saying that like, okay, he's got a rest day, he's got his trainers, and like Vichy is there. So if it really gets bad, they'll invite Vichy for like a dinner. He'll tell some nice stories. It's like Linares. They'll find a way to cheer him up. So I'm rooting for Gukesh to bounce back here.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Did Jesse cover this in the aggressive repertoire? A6, H6.
No.
Yeah.
In Jesse's aggressive repertoire, if Black played like this, he would not play knight f3. So he would put his knight on c3 and then he would play f4 because he
Yeah, yeah.
holds off on knight f3,
That's
right? And if Black
yeah,
doesn't
but
play super precisely, he hits him with f4 and he gets a good king's gambit.
Yeah.
yeah, that's the point of playing bishop c4, right? You are not putting the knight on f3 immediately
Yeah.
because you want to play f4.
Yeah, but this wasn't bishop c4, at least according to the move order I see. This was just normal
Yeah, yeah. They
Italian.
changed it. It was a bishop c4 first.
Oh, okay. So DGT messed up.
I think so, yeah.
Gotcha.
Maybe it wasn't. I don't know.
Yeah. So, Coast, do you want to predict any of the games? I surmise from a comment you just made that you think that perhaps the most important game today is Naka versus Fabi.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's yeah, that feels like the big game to me. Um, but I mean, I would probably call it a draw, just based on e4, e5.
Yeah, well, what do you think of Fabiano's performance up to now?
I think Fabi's had a fairly solid event. Like he won a pretty normal game against Abasov. He was in trouble against Vidit, but I think that was not easy to convert at all. So I wasn't surprised that he saved it. Um, and yeah, I feel like he hasn't done anything crazy yet. Like for him, it's just been like a normal tournament so far. So I still think he has very reasonable chances, but he does have to start winning games at some point because I think Nepo has been looking fantastic so far. So if Nepo just continues to play the way he's been playing, and Fabi continues to play the way he's been playing, then it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to catch up. However, Fabi has white against Nepo in the last round of the tournament. So
Oh,
as long as he's within a point, basically it's kind of going to come down to that last game, I feel, no matter what.
Also, I mean, they're only 1/2 point apart. He doesn't need to do so much to catch up. It's
Yeah,
not desperation-y yet.
for sure.
To my mind, the key game this round is going to be whichever game is decisive to some extent, right? Like if you get 2 or 3 draws, then any game that Nepo wins is going to be the most important game of the round, or any game he loses, right? If he draws, then it's not, but it's really about, which of the players in the leading group win or lose. So to me, the most important game is whichever we think has like the highest chance of somebody winning it.
Well, Nepo has white against Abasov today.
Yeah.
And as you said, you said, I think before the stream, it was so funny. You said Nepo has had this date circled on the calendar for weeks.
Yeah. Since they came out with the pairings. Because I really do think Nepo has like a highly refined tournament strategy. Maybe I'm overemphasizing that a little bit. Maybe I'm completely wrong about it. But I feel like he really, like when you look at some of the openings that he plays and how he, bashes out the like trading game with Fabi, right? Like I
Hmm.
really feel like he's planned in advance some games that he's not even trying to win and some games that he is trying to win. I don't know. I feel like he's got a really specific tournament plan.
Yeah.
Consider how aggressively he played against Faruja and compare that to some of the other games, right? You can't say that like when he saw Faruja was made it into the candidates in December, he didn't like lick his lips, and go like, all right,
Hmm.
that's my ticket.
Hmm.
That's my ticket back.
So I'm with you. I think Nepo is a very, very practical player and tournament strategist. I am a little bit puzzled. Like, of all the things you can play against the Petrov, he goes for the exchange, like the classic exchange French, like d4, d5, bishop d3. I mean, it's an interesting choice for a must-win game.
Yeah, and then Abbasov's the one playing C5 instead of, Bishop D6. Castles, castles, rookie 1, rookie 8. What's the
Yeah,
deal, Abbasov?
I mean, I'm sure c5 is good, but yeah, it's like he's the one that's
Have you seen him initiate an imbalance in any previous game? And now he's doing it with black against Nepo?
yeah. No, I mean,
Yeah.
he played e4 against Vida. He went for one of the interesting lines in the Berlin, right? He of course could have mopped it up and forced a draw. So
And he played C4. What do you think about that move?
wait, which game? Oh,
Nepo Abbasov.
Abasov c4. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I was
What?
taught that you're overextending when you do this super early, and then white goes b3 and they get a nice structure. I think it's more complicated than that, but I've never. I used to play the French a lot, and I never really wanted to get into this structure where black has like an isolated d pawn, and then white always has this like c4 break. To me, this looked strategically more pleasant for white. But okay, that's my, you know, chump I am
Yeah,
understanding.
you have no more pressure on D4 now, and
Hmm.
I mean, it looks early. If you were this far, opens the A file.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Sorry, it was the sound was a little wonky, but no, I agree with what you're saying. It just looks a little funny from Black's point of view, but I'm sure it's playable. 26-30. They don't do this without
Yeah.
knowing that it's okay. I guess what I'm saying is that it's like I'm sure it's engine checked, but
Mhm.
for me, yeah, optically, I never loved it for Black.
Jeez, Kostya. Even if you just click to see the scoreboard of like the results to see who's got how many points in the tournament,
Hmm.
they've got eval bars all over the live games on the page
Yeah, I've just been
with the
training myself. You just block out that right section of your page. Just block it out. Just don't.
but it's also in the middle, Kostya.
You have to
um,
close your eyes.
might be settings. Yeah, I might have something to turn off.
Um,
But I've gotten pretty
That's
good
it's
at
crazy. I mean,
switching between
it's
the
move
games
five,
without.
so there's no surprises for me, luckily. But
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think Nepo is satisfied with what he got, given he was ready for a lot quieter situation.
mhm.
Um, so definitely a big game for him. I feel like everyone's gonna be watching uh, to see what happens there. Um,
Yeah, I mean, this is
Veruja
a
T.
chess feature I've never understood, Kostya. This C4, C5, or C5, C4, and then trade for the A pawn, and then supposedly it's playable.
Right.
for the side with split pawns and less central control, and the other person you've opened the A file for their rook, like you've handed them a tempo.
Oh, he did go c4. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I've always thought and white can go c4 and then look at that central presence. And this is apparently, engine approved, computer approved, theory approved, etc. And it's something I've never understood. What's the argument in favor of the moves that black has played? Like, why did black play c5, c4, c takes b3? Do you know how to explain like why that would be good?
I'll be honest with you. The only reason I would look at this from black side is because sometimes Compy says, "Oh, this c4 is like 0.2 better than everything else," and it's like, okay, I guess I should look at it. So I think that's the upside is that Compy likes it.
Okay. But you couldn't give me like a strategic, oh.
No, strategically, I really don't get it. I mean, I believe in the center. I feel like white gets better central control. Black is this like isolated D pawn. So I think it's a concrete thing. I guess, okay, if I had to explain it, I guess black's pieces get enough freedom that they can make it work. But yeah.
Yeah.
So
All
can
right.
we say he opened the C file?
Oh, he's trying to.
I mean, also,
Yeah, I think the next move for white is knight c3 if black castles or something. Um, Maybe he can even push c5 in some position.
Yeah. Yeah, you could push c5 if you wanted to. You could also maybe play bishop a3.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if it's great, but
how many times did Anand win the candidates? He played once against Magnus, and he lost it. And then he came back once.
Yeah, so I think he played once in 2014, and then I don't remember if he played the next one. So
I
maybe
think
just
he
one
played, but
of
he
the.
didn't win one. I
Hmm?
mean, he didn't win it twice.
No, he only won once.
Yeah, so he played Magnus again and lost. Yeah, and Fabiano. Well,
No, then it was Karyakin. He won the next one,
he Karyakin and then
and then
Fabiano. Yeah.
Fabi. Yeah,
So nobody won three times, right?
nobody even won twice.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Yeah, super nepo. Okay, castles.
Wow.
yeah, castles definitely seemed correct to me. We had a question in chat about, black's prospects if they play DC4, BC4 and get to past A pawn. And my thought is then those two white center pawns are just so flexible, completely unblocked, right? You could play C5 or D5 at any point as white. Black can't put any pieces on those squares. That, again, I would think white's position would be even better than it already is.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's go
shouldn't
to
take
Fabi's game. He just made an interesting move for me. So we have this
It's kind of a pawn sack, maybe,
yeah.
with maybe a bishop f2 tactic if white takes it.
Yeah, let's look at this. So ed5, knight d5, if knight e5. The usual thing is you take on e5, rook e5, and bishop f2 is the justification. Yeah, that looks like it works for black.
Okay.
But yeah, it's still, this feels a little odd for me. Like white's bishop is like floating on a4. Black has just gone like d6, d5. I guess he could have gone like, bishop d7 or bishop e6 or h6. A lot of moves. And now white could go d4 maybe? Is d4 a move? Or probably he wants ed4 and bishop b4.
I think if white plays d4 immediately here, black should be okay if they play d takes e4, attacking the knight, and then trade queens.
Oh, d4 right on d4.
Mm-hmm.
Or d4, d4.
Yeah, maybe. I would think about like knight takes e5 there.
Knight takes, d takes e5.
Yeah, then we could get. Oh, but there's gonna be knight g4. Oh, that's not working. Yeah,
Right.
so knight e5, de, queen d1, bishop
Well,
d1.
if I go queen d1, you have bishop d1. But if I go
Bishop.
knight g4 without trading queens, maybe that's pretty good.
Okay. Yeah.
I would play queen e2 here, or queen c2.
Wait, in which position, Cartier?
In the starting position, in the live position.
Oh, on
In the
Yeah,
d5.
after d5. Yeah.
Yeah, white has queen e2, maybe queen c2. I mean, yeah, you can definitely keep the just keep the pawn on e4.
Another
Yeah.
suggestion from chat that's worth considering is e takes d5, knight takes d5, knight e5, and then if black plays knight e5, you play d4 there instead of taking with the rook.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So trying to win a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Or are we getting Jesse? Oh, hold on, I'm not ready for this.
Woo!
Okay, let me duplicate the scene.
Okay. Ghosty's gonna fight with
I
the cameras
just
for a second, folks. I'll just say an interesting move right after this d4 move from black would be bishop g4. And then white probably has to play f3. And I would play maybe bishop b6 there for black. I know we can't show you all the moves while Kosta's working on the cameras, but for the advanced players out there, bishop g4, f3, bishop b6 would be complicated. And white's king position would be a bit weakened. So that's one possibility. Yeah, another possibility for black would be to play knight to g4, pawn takes bishop, queen f6, directly going after f2 with the pieces. It's not clear either.
Jesse, how's it going?
Good, man.
Well, your sound's quiet.
Oh, I know why. How about now?
Yes.
Oh,
What are your thoughts on
that.
the round so far?
Well, this is just my superficial glance is that Ali Reza is again creating just fire, and he's again going to be down on time. Vidit Gukesh looks pretty equal to me. Hikaru Fabi also looks just equal, but it'll be an interesting position. And Abbasov and Jan also looks equalish, but that will also be spicy, I think, eventually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Abbasov, it's dumb, I should know this, but has Abbasov been playing the Petrov?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
So we did steer the game into normal Italian
Yeah.
after a6 and h6. He didn't try to take advantage of it if there is anything.
Yeah. Normal Italian with 30-minute time penalty for white.
Yeah.
And actually, I got to take something back. I thought it was Faruja that was doing something weird, but it turns out it was actually Prague who did something weird with this knight CB5 move on move 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, Faruja playing Taimanov Sicilian, that's not exactly the most solid line these days. Like, there's lots of sharp weapons White can choose against Taimanov.
Mhm.
Anyways, just my noob understanding was that knight CB5 was never like a real great move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll still be interesting.
I've never seen it discussed, and basically he's used it to transfer the knight from c3 to f3 really slowly, which doesn't particularly make any sense. And yet his position looks fine. I think it served the purpose of getting Firouzja out of his opening prep while keeping a rich, tense position on the board for Firouzja to flounder in.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that both players are playing for the win.
Yeah. The worst is when two players both play for a draw,
Right.
but the absolute best is when they both play for a win.
Yeah. But I feel like if I was Prague's coach, I'd be telling him, like, you don't have to do anything crazy. Like, at some point,
Mhm.
he's going to flip.
That's
you
right.
Just wait.
Yeah.
And Firouzja, okay, he must be having a second life right now because he realized I just need to drag these guys down to my level and then beat them with experience.
With blitz experience.
Exactly. That's how that's how he's got to do it. Just get the game into a messy time scramble. And it doesn't matter any position, he'll be more comfortable there.
I think I'd rather be black in this position. I'm sure it's equal, but I like black's setup here. It's just very simple. Put the knight on g6, bishop b7, castle, and it's kind of then up to white to figure out what to do.
Yeah. You could even put the black bishop on d6 if you wanted to, Jesse.
You might do that too.
Because the bishop's going the other way, it doesn't need the d pawn to move. And then with the knight, you're covering e5 and f4 nicely, so white doesn't really have any pushes at you.
Right. So yeah, white's under pressure to find a plan here. One thing I'm suspicious about Prague, and maybe this is just because he's a younger player, but definitely because I've seen stuff already in this tournament, is he is always trying to force seems like a tactical solution instead of like a positional approach, you know? And also every opening, for the most part, he's doing something where he's the one kind of in charge, but it's like this tactical computer line that he's trying to generate some interesting pressure, especially as white. But also as black, dude, when he played the Schliemann, man. The bird. In terms of winning the opening battles, now I wouldn't say he's won this opening battle, but in a certain sense, you have to say he won the opening battle just because he's the one who had seen this position before. But of all the people in the tournament, I think we have to say he's won the most opening battles. And by that, I just mean who's the first one out of prep, you know?
Right. So his coaches are doing a good job of predicting his opponent's openings, or he's prepared some things that were unusual enough that nobody could have prepared for them, like the delayed Schliemann, as an example.
And I think when you're young, too, it's just easy to memorize a bunch of weird stuff, you know? It's certainly really hard for me to memorize a bunch of weird stuff.
Yeah.
Jesse, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So, for example, trying to solve your problems in a position, let's say with black, tactically, does that mean you played something wrong positionally?
Well, not black, but Prague has usually tried a really tactical approach, like this game with Jan, the Schliemann game, and so it's like he is like trying to get some situation on the board that he's looked at with the computer, and it's spicy, and that's the pressure he wants to put on people. And it doesn't even have to be correct. That's the fun part about it. Like that Schliemann thing wasn't necessarily correct, but he had looked at it more than his opponent. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. But that's the point of prep in general, right? You are trying to, put your opponent in a very sharp position where he doesn't know the right continuation, engine continuation, maybe. Very complex position, but it's also tactical.
I guess you could call it positional, but like right now, if you wanted to
Now, I mean,
deal with,
I'm talking in general. Yeah.
yeah. So right now, if you wanted to deal with Bruce's very nice setup with knight g6, bishop d6, you're gonna have to play e5 like now. And that might be a positional mistake, but yeah. So I think that's like that's the only other plan I'm seeing, because otherwise knight g6 is coming. Like if you castle knight g6, bishop d6, it's not going to get stopped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It looks good for black. I don't know. I mean, it can't be bad. It can't be that bad for white, but I'm looking at it. I don't see a path for me that looks like equality for white.
How about this suggestion to go h4?
Okay, so let's try. I was thinking about it, knight g6.
Yeah. Okay. So h4, knight g6. Let's say h5.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm a little torn between knight e5 and knight f4, but let's play knight e5.
Knight e5. All right. If I'm white, I guess I castle.
I think if you play h4, h5, you should at least consider leaving your rook on h1.
Yeah. I'll consider it later. For now, I want to like take on e5 and go f4.
Okay. Since Costa doesn't allow me an analysis board, I can do it on my own. Castles. Well, let's just say bishop b7. I don't know.
Bishop b7. Or you got some checks. Okay, knight e5, queen e5, bishop e3. Wait, no, I hung e4. Sorry, but f4 you have queen d4 check.
Right, exactly.
Maybe queen e2.
A default could be c4.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks okay. Fine for black. From what I can tell.
Yeah, looks super fine. And white has played a simpler move, castles.
Castles, right. So now we're anticipating the Prussian plan of knight g6. And then white still needs a plan.
Oh yeah,
it's a simple setup.
I'm really failing to find an idea for white here. Completely. If I'm speechless, it's because I'm idealist. I followed the variations you guys were looking at. I thought they looked plainly slightly better for black.
Yeah, Naka took on d5.
Ooh, okay.
He didn't play the queen.
It's funny. One little prejudice that makes me doubt that black is already better is just because Prague is, all this stuff through the computer, right? So it's like, are you really right, Cry? Are you missing something?
Yeah. I do feel like engines can be a bit funny in these lines because, like, in the Sicilian, white often has an engine advantage, but in practice isn't really better. If it says like 0.4 or something, but the black's position makes sense to you. You have the center, you have the counterplay coming. That feels like a very typical, like, playable Sicilian position. So it's hard for me to evaluate, like, what's a real advantage for white and what isn't.
Yeah. I think the critical line in this Naka Fabi game is ED5, knight D5, knight E5, knight E5, D4. I
Yeah,
think
we
that,
never had an answer for this, right?
yeah, no, we came nowhere near resolving whether this was going to be good or bad. It's just clearly a big deal.
Dang, there's bishop g4 to add some fire.
Yeah.
Seems like black should be okay no matter what, right?
But white's trying to win a pawn. So unless we want to go bishop takes d4 for black, which doesn't feel good. Give up the bishop.
Yeah, bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, keeping a pristine structure and just play it super simple, right?
Well, bishop b3 played.
So he went for. Okay, he didn't go for any refutation, just bishop b3.
Yeah, bishop g4, f3 is a critical line there, Exquisite Corpse, but black has 3 pieces hanging, so they're definitely sacking a pawn. Like, they make a bit of a weakness, but they're losing a pawn, and, you know, white's pieces are all able to play, so they might be able to cover the weaknesses.
So you guys are seeing bishop b3? No, not yet, right?
Yeah, from Naka.
Huh.
Yeah, bishop
And
b3 on my board.
refresh your board. Okay, there we go. Play it
See, that
pretty
reminds me, I want to pull up some of the video streams, especially Naka Fabi. It's going to be fun to follow. By the way, Jesse, happy 4 years.
quick. Yeah, buddy.
Dojo-versary.
Uh-huh.
Woo. All right, that's it.
Okay,
Yeah, to
here's
me, it
one
seems like-
suggestion.
Yeah.
If you go a step back in history, this one comes from Stefan in YouTube chat. Stefan says after knight takes e5, maybe we preemptively sack on f2.
Okay, just a sec.
Yeah.
Just pulling up Fabi thinking after bishop b3. So, wait, what was the line?
We'll just take back bishop b3 and play knight takes e5.
Mm-hmm.
And Stefan's suggestion is maybe we play bishop f2 check in advance before we take on e5. And then we're not losing a pawn. We're a little bit worse in the center, and black and white's got 2 bishops, but we've weakened that king.
Yeah, I could believe this. There's like knight g4 coming.
Mm-hmm.
Queen h4.
Yeah. I mean, I could also believe white's better here. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So anyway,
Okay.
it's interesting.
So what's the point of bishop b3? Without provocation, I mean, no b5 played.
So it's a nice square, and f6 is be catastrophic. Let's just claim that. Let's just claim that f6 would be terrible, and that Naka has some kind of idea after rook e8. I don't know what the idea is. Maybe it's simply, I know what it is. He wants to play rook e8, d4. That's his little trick.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just unplayable.
Okay, so bishop b3. And then, of course, bishop g4 just looks bad because of h3. So bishop b3 asks some interesting questions. Queen d6 could be a basic move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You'd have to be ready for knight g3 with the idea of knight e4.
Kind of walks into the knight e4.
I don't actually see another move. However, let's just say something obvious. ED is always a slight concession because you've lost your center pawn. And if black can somehow consolidate this, then, they should at least be okay. For example, queen d6, knight g3, bishop b6 or a7. I don't know if white's doing anything too special to us.
Mm-hmm.
How about rook e8 here for black?
Isn't d4 too much?
Yeah. Hence my question.
Mhm.
Yeah, rook e8, d4. Okay, I'll show. So ed, rook e8. And we lose a horse. So no good.
So I want to ask you guys, I was kind of sleeping on our podcast, and I think I've hardened my position. I think I've hardened my position instead of like softened it
Mm-hmm.
on the whole engine
That's
questions.
Yeah, the main thing that I thought of afterwards, I think the biggest thing that I'm thinking of now is that none of us really have any evidence or proof on our sides. It's all just kind of like our opinions and theories and thoughts, right? Like nobody's tried to run parallel any kind of data gathering on this. Nobody's put a bunch of streams and given them to the same audiences and asked the audiences which stream they liked better, and there's no data to know. It's just what Hammer thinks versus what we think.
I think there have maybe been some polls that indicate. We lost Cartier. Oh, never mind. Coming back. I think there are some polls saying that audiences, prefer with the eval bar from what I saw. The viewership goes down if there's no bar.
Really?
I think so.
Where? But does chess.com sometimes turn off their bar for an hour and see their viewership go down? I thought it's always on.
It's always on, dude. In fact, I gotta find a way to turn it off because every time I go to the 4 games, I have to like really instantly turn it, it's always on the right-hand side. I'm like, yeah, I don't even know how to turn it off. Okay, my friends, I'm gonna ask a basic question. Queen
Yeah.
d6 was a chump GM move to protect the pawn on e5.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with knight e5 now?
It's maybe the same thing. Bishop f2, king f2, knight e5.
Yeah, I was thinking about c6. I was thinking he must not care about knight e5 if you can play c6.
Okay, so we're saying knight e5. I get it. Okay. We should show that variation. You guys probably already did it a bunch before I got here. So knight e5, bishop f2, king f2, knight e5. And there's no rook e5 because of queen f6.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Well, then c6 is just categorically better than the chump queen d6 move.
If the
Because,
pawn was never threatened.
right. And with c6 just claims that now the bishop on b3 is a chump.
Happy 4 years. Raise the curve.
That's a big claim. That's a big claim.
OG. OG viewer.
All right, d4 was played.
Yeah.
That feels a little bit like a liquidation move, right? Like ed, knight d4, and
Mm-hmm.
Naka's like, I'm not happy with the way the opening went, but I'm not going to lose this bad boy.
Right. Well, that c6 move reinforcing d5, one thing it would allow black to do next is play rook e8, right, Jesse? Because there'd no longer be that rook takes e8, check bishop takes d5 tactic on the hanging knight. So if Hikaru didn't do something pretty quickly after c6, Fabi was going to reinforce the center more.
Yeah. So I'm anticipating ed, knight d4, And is there any claim for either side having an advantage, or is that just an example of a dead equal position?
I think these are usually pretty equal, but Lei Ting Jie, she won a very nice game the other round against Vaishali from this exact structure, where eventually what she ended up getting was like she brought the knight to e4, and then she got c4, c5 in, and then that shut down Black's dark squared bishop, whereas her bishop was still strong, and yeah, it was very unpleasant for Black.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're, of course, far away from White being able to achieve something like that.
Yeah, tempo-wise, we're very, very close to equality here because White's got this rook on e1 before Black's rook is on e8, but Black's got the knight on g6 while White's knight is still on f1. So it's very, very, very balanced tempo and time-wise. What we've got here.
Oh, I'm a GM today. I called it instantly. I guess it wasn't that hard. ED 94.
Yeah.
So Fabi has loads of candidate moves. Like there's Queen H4, Knight GF4. Maybe he doesn't have loads. He does a couple. Queen F6 you could think about. And one interesting question whenever you move the queen is, do you care about bishop takes d5?
Yeah.
I feel like they often allow it, from what I've seen. I don't know if Black is always happy, but I think they generally allow it.
I would say for those that think that with this complete symmetry there's not much to play for, I think there's plenty of room. And when I was watching the beginning of the Lei Vaishali game the other day, I said, keep our eyes on this game because this is a game with a really good chance of being explosive. The position may be completely dead zeros to a computer. If we were trying to interpret an eval bar for all of you, you all know the eval bar is 0.0 basically on this Hikaru versus Fabi position. But it would be our responsibility to then tell you that despite that eval bar, it's a position that's an open position with no traded pieces. Therefore, there's tons of room for someone to quickly grab the initiative. The first person to play Queen H4 or Queen H5, for example, and then the other person's queen can't get to the king side because the other queen's already there, and then suddenly you've got a mating attack off of one move. It can get really, really hot really fast. So the position is not drawish from a human perspective, despite the fact that it is extremely, extremely equal objectively.
Demelch, thank you for the gifted subs. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you.
One thing too, David, is like there's big questions for Black here. Like if I play Knight DF4, which in some ways is like the most aggressive move, I really need an answer to like the Queen F3 stuff. It might work though, might work.
Yeah, Queen F3 is a good counter thought. Yeah.
And then on Queen H4, I'm concerned with some kind of at some point play Bishop D5 and Knight F3. Now I can't do it yet because we're touching the F2 pawn. So Queen H4, that's the move I would try to make work, I guess, is the way I would put it. I would like to make that move work. I don't have a natural square to develop the bishop on C8. It'd be nice maybe to get Bishop G4 someday.
Yeah.
And it's just nice that he can't move the D4 knight. We do have to calculate, though, like just the basic Bishop D5, CD, Knight E3, and then maybe White's just like, well, I'm doing fine, but.
What do you play after C takes D?
I was thinking like he's some move like Bishop E3 or Knight E3.
Yeah. Yeah. My first thought here was Knight GF4, but I really want to move the bishop on C8, and that makes me look a little harder at queen h4, right? To try to play bishop g4.
Mm-hmm.
That becomes kind of my main instinct because I want to do that so badly. I also considered a line here of knight gf4, queen f3, h5
Oh my God, Bruce.
to try and develop the bishop. Yeah.
Didn't you hang your business?
But it hangs the business after bishop takes d5. Oh no, you can just take on f4
Just take on
first,
F4.
right? Yeah, okay. No way. No way.
That's an interesting position because it does pose questions to black.
Mhm.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it will be a draw.
No, I don't think so.
I think it'll probably, I mean, it's still likely a draw, but Bobby has to solve some questions right here.
I mean, players at this level, the odds of a draw, just baseline, are well over 50%.
Exactly.
Even if somebody has a slight advantage, the odds of a draw are probably over 50%.
Yeah, these guys are good at defending.
In fact, that would be an interesting random thing to know about chess would be like, at what size of advantage do the odds of a draw go below 50%? You know, is it 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.7, 0.8?
Actually, I know this. I know this, David. No, because people have been saying that they switched up the new Stockfish, and chat can maybe correct me, but people are saying that now if Stockfish 16 gives you +1, that means 50% chance of winning. So it no longer means you're a pawn up. That's gone.
Really?
We're done with that. Yeah. Well, the Stockfish is like, it's gotten so crazy. Now you have positions where you're pawn up and it's like +3. It's just like one healthy pawn up +3.
Yeah,
Plus
no,
2.5.
it's no longer human, man. It's no longer human.
But
Right.
I think they've tried to recalibrate that from what I've heard.
But it makes sense from the computer's perspective because, like, when it says +3, it thinks it's winning, and then for us, it's just like, oh, this looks like an advantage, you know. Or sometimes it's even like, I'm not even sure you do have an advantage. It's like it's over. It's over.
But it's very complicated because it's also, yeah, I mean, it's like people are saying it's what Stockfish evaluates its chances against Stockfish, right? But it's not going to be two computers playing in our tournament games. It's going to be two humans, and yeah. So it says little about the complexity of the situation. Anyway, Jesse, we want a spiciness meter. We were talking about it. You want spiciness meter for the stream.
Well, okay, so I was thinking also what Ludwig kind of gave us this challenge, and you know, mostly honestly, the stream we're just enjoying it. We're not thinking too much about like big time production values or whatever. But he was like, I challenge you to make it better and blah blah blah. And it would be cool. I was thinking if we had a way to like rate what we thought the position was and we could change it. And then there'll be a little thing over here on the side that says David's view and your view and my view. And then there'll be a dojo average of what we think the eval is, you know?
Yeah, that could be fun.
It would only work if we were covering one game or focused on one game.
Right.
But I think that would be super cool.
Thank you, MD Knight, for the bits. Yeah, also, we were thinking earlier, like an audience voting on the eval could be fun, too. We could get the average evaluation of everyone watching the position and put that
like
up.
Here, for example, I'm pretty certain if I turned on the engine, it would say it's equal. However, for me, it's like black has a serious question to answer here. And if I'm black, I wouldn't feel entirely comfortable here because I don't see a clear path to play that I'm satisfied with. You know? One weenie move is to play queen d6, but then, you know, they would laugh at me because they would be like, dude, you wanted to play that before. There was a reason I played c6. But queen d6 makes a certain amount of sense. Just hold on to the f4 square, you know, bring your people out. You can play bishop d7 next move if you really want. I don't know.
Dang, Fabi's really tanking here.
Yeah. Critical moment, in a sense. What is he going to do? How's he going to finish development and get into the game?
Yeah, where do you put the light skirt bishop, for example?
I think sometimes it just
Yeah.
goes to d7. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
that's
like White's
kind of
bishop on c1 has an obvious square either.
right. That's kind of why I'm into queen d6, because then we could, if nothing else, I could play bishop d7 next move.
This still
Also
walks into
somebody
the
tanking
knight
is
e4.
Prague tanked pretty good on castles and is tanking again, so he lost his big time advantage. So that game's definitely, I think, the most strategically imbalanced. These are the ones I'm paying attention to.
Here's one solution for Fabi. You go knight g to f4, queen f3,
Yeah.
trade on d4. And if cd4, although bishop takes f4 is another question, right? But if cd4, to then play queen d6 in that position. And now the path is clear to develop the bishop from c8.
Okay, I was
Knight
thinking
d6.
bishop f4, knight, bishop f4, bishop d4, rook a d1.
Wait. So knight gf4.
Right, bishop f, queen f3, bishop d4, bishop f4, knight f4, rook a d1.
That's a thought.
Yeah. Spicy thought. It's worrisome that the white pieces came out.
Yeah.
And that's the obvious problem of playing with the knight step 4 is like, that bishop on c1 that's not doing anything gets to relieve itself of its life. Also interesting, you guys, is Jan just played CD5, which just on this, with vague positional principles looks wrong. I'm sure he has some ideas after knight b4 or knight e7, but
looks like he had a really long think about it.
Yeah, really long think. Yeah.
25 minutes, and then he plays a move that's not an instinct move. So there's got to be something to it, Jesse. There's got to be something to it.
We'd like to believe it. But just with my superficial eye, it looked, I would say, knight e7, maybe knight e4 too, but knight e7. And why is black worse? Is it? I think I'd rather be, until I find White's idea. Until I find the idea, I'm certain it's there, but until I find the idea, I would rather be black here.
So the most obvious idea would be bishop c4, keeping the pawn.
Yeah, let's continue the line. Bishop c4.
And on bishop c4, black has two ideas. He can play, he can move the bishop and then play for a6, b5, or be a real bonehead about it and just play bishop b4 and then take the pawn on d5 next move, which is the simple path.
Let's look at bishop b4 because that's kind of more, it's very direct.
Very direct, right?
So that's why you went to e7, not b4 with your knight.
You know me well. Yeah. I'm certain, by the way, knight b4, you could have some dynamic thoughts with bishop f5 maybe after or something. I don't know. This does not look good for... Wouldn't it be hilarious if Jan lost this game?
At any point, it'll be.
Would that be more or less funny than Gukesh losing to you, Jesse?
Okay, maybe the thought is this. It looks a little weird, but maybe the thought is after knight e7 to play knight b5 to touch the coconut on a7 and claim that knight d6, bishop a3 is a big deal.
Uh-huh.
Is it a big deal? I don't know yet. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe.
Yeah, looks like it. Knight b5.
It's at least annoying. Like a6 for sure, I think black doesn't want to play because knight d6, bishop a3 is going to be a problem. I guess I would think about
Just knight fd5,
knight
right?
fd5.
Yeah, knight fd5.
You can't take on a7, I think, because there's going to be knight c3.
Yeah, let's pretend you can't do that. And let's pretend we got knight d6, queen d6, bishop a3, and now we got to figure out where to put that the queen.
Yeah, let's say queen g6.
That's the ambitious square right there, buddy. Oh, yeah,
I
okay.
don't want to get tagged with knight e5. Maybe queen f6. Let's go queen f6.
Yeah, there you go. So maybe, in any case, maybe that's his intention, right? With this variation.
Feels like there'd be some play with the bishop pair.
Yeah, that could be the hope anyway. To me, it looks like black is totally fine, but Abasov is now going to tank because the knight b4 is tempting as well.
Yeah.
Knight b4 also, because if your opponent plays a surprising move and they've thought about it for a while, you got to give it some respect.
Yeah. So, for example, would you have played cd5 here?
Would I have done? No, but on the other hand, though, when you put yourself in Nepo's shoes, you're like, I got to beat this guy. I just want a position that's a little bit loosey-goosey, put some pressure on him. And then how do you put pressure in this position before cd5? I don't know.
Jesse, what are your thoughts on black structure overall? Because when Abasov went for this like c4 thing, I mean, me and David, we both felt like, okay, it's probably like totally fine, but it goes against all of our positional instincts to enter this structure.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of similar lines. Some similar lines in the Exchange French, and then there's another one in the Sicilian. And you at first glance, maybe you could be afraid, but it's very hard for white to achieve b4, like c5, b4, b5. And as long as that square b4 is under black's control, I think he should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my sense of it anyway.
Yeah. So the cd5 is also surprising for me. It's not how I would approach the position. I basically wouldn't play it unless I knew it was the best move. Like it's my prep, or I saw a lot of similar positions, or whatever.
But no, I assume this knight b5 is his intention. One wacky idea, I don't know if this probably is no good, but one crazy idea that just crossed my field of vision was after cd5 to play bishop b4. That looks like I'm pushing my luck a little bit, but it's definitely something I'd consider.
Very open-minded.
Very open-minded. Right? DC, bishop takes c3. And it looks like I'm gambiting a pawn here in a variety of ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop b4, knight b5, and then maybe d6.
Oh, knight b5?
No, knight b5 is no bueno because I'm going to play knight takes d5. That's part of the point. So on bishop b4, I think you got to take on c6.
Yeah. I
take on c3, and then we have to evaluate this position. Now, I don't want to say that this is the right way. I'm just telling you now that there's 3 moves. There's 3 moves for Abasov to consider, right? Knight e7, knight b4, and then this one.
Right.
Yeah, he definitely wants to confuse Abasov.
Well, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't in this situation? Dude, even if I'm in this tournament, like I'm playing for this, like this is the one guy maybe can have a chance.
That's poor guy, man. Even Fabi's dreaming about knocking him out. I mean, Fabi. I call you Fabi now because you got his glasses, dude. You got his glasses. You kind of look like him. Okay, I need you guys' help.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever I go back to this is for not just me, I think, but everybody. When I go back to the 4-board situation, it always is showing me the eval bars on the right side. I'm pretty
Yeah.
good at seeing it, but I would love to be able to and that, like, there's a little arrow button and I can click it and it goes away, but I have to do it manually every time. So
Right.
I don't see any eval bars on the 4-board.
if you look to the right, that's where I'm seeing it. It says round 8, and then right
Oh
under.
yeah. It's
Don't
showing.
look too long.
Now you see it, buddy. Now you see
Oh,
it.
well, I wasn't looking at that now.
So Jesse, I think the fix is like you just blur that side of your vision. You just don't look. you just train yourself. Like you go back, you just look left, right? Just don't even.
I've been
Don't even
clicking the
touch
little arrow to
Yeah.
show me
You have
round
to
7.
close it. Yeah.
But I can't close, but I have to do it every single time. And it's just
Yes.
annoying to me. Okay, Fabi played some interesting stuff went down. Let's go look at Fabi.
Knight F6.
Knight F6. So it's interesting, fun about Knight F6 is he's saying, okay, I will be the one who plays against the IQP.
Yeah.
Not you, buddy.
You
I
take
will
the
be
IQP.
Boom.
Exactly.
Bishop takes d4. Okay. Now,
I'll believe it once the bishop on c8 finds a square.
Well, also one thing that KGB really believes in is if the person with the IQP gets a knight on e3 or c3, he just gets so happy. And it's true, like the knight will be able to come to e3 and fight for the d5 square. So it's hard to imagine that white has actual problems here. So just superficially, I would rather be white here. Right? Because knight e3 will be a nice square.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would expect rook e8 to try to get the bishop to e6.
Mm-hmm.
I could see white getting some pressure here.
Yeah, cd4, bishop f5, knight e3, right? And
Yeah,
then
knight e3 or knight g3, either looks fine for white. Attacking the piece.
I'm with Kosti, though. I think rook e8. Rook e8 is probably going to happen here.
All right, we're calling rook e8. Prague just put his rook on b1. I'm seeing.
Okay, here's a horrible thought, guys. Knight back to d5.
Mm-hmm.
You could do it, yeah.
To play bishop e6.
No, it's not dumb.
It seems pretty dumb.
No, I mean that's the blockading square.
And it allows you to put the bishop on e6.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nimzovich would play knight d5, followed by bishop e6.
No, maybe that's the move, but
But I think Fabi is going to play rook e8.
no. I think knight d5. The more I'm looking at it, that's the right move.
Oh yeah.
yeah, looks nice.
Dang.
To be
3 versus
able to
1.
put
All right.
bishop.
I guess I'll change too. I'm feeling too much peer pressure.
It also just makes it real simple because then you get to play bishop e6, and if you
Yeah.
need to, you can play knight g6 to e7.
Right. No, that does make sense for sure.
Yeah, so it's a draw.
What are you talking about? We just started, buddy. What do you mean it's a draw?
You just gave up the bishop pair.
I know. I'm with Cartier here. I mean, I think it's usually equal in these situations. I remember. I mean, I used to play like e4, e5 for black and Italian game, and I saw a lot of these positions. Sometimes white takes on d5. Sometimes black takes on d4. And it's always equal either way.
Okay, but time out. When we play knight d5, maybe it is equal, but the problem that white has that I see is that the central fight is for the d5 square, and the bishop on c1 cannot participate in said fight. So we own the blockade square, and therefore, I think we're better. Or at least we're the ones asking the questions, the little coconut touch, as it's sometimes known as.
Oh, so Jesse, you're taking black here because I thought you were saying you were liking white earlier, like with
A little
93.
bit, yeah, but now I'm looking at 95. All I know is you're probably right that it's equal. It's just that we're the ones asking the questions.
No, it's always a question of which side would you take, like especially when it's equal. That's like the biggest question. It's like if you had to pick a side though, which one do you choose? And I would probably take black. Like I like playing against the IQP. But
one plan for white actually after knight d5 might be knight g3 to e4, and that way when the bishop lands on e6, we can think about molesting it with both knight g5 and knight c5.
Yeah. You got to use the c5 and e5 squares when you've got this IQP, and the e5 square is already covered. So it makes a lot of sense to head towards c5. You'd be well positioned compared to the whole black queenside pawn structure as well. So f1 knight to c5 makes a lot of sense if black goes knight d5.
dang, we got 375 watching on YouTube, 175 on Twitch. Twitch, you guys got to catch up with the viewers. YouTube's crushing Twitch right now. If this was a match, it'd be over. Yeah, sorry, Dave.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to interject something, which is Vidit set some kind of record. He got under an hour before playing his 10th move in like an absolutely normal looking Italian.
Yeah.
I mean, if you click to the position, there's not much to say about the position yet. That's, particularly unique from other games. That's my whole point. Wow. Just wow on the clock there.
Well, guys, we got to talk about this Rook B1 from Prague, right?
Yes. Yeah, I thought Rook B1 was interesting. I'm sorry, Twitch. You guys know I love you. Rook B1.
Rook B1's at least kind of interesting. And dude pretty quickly played bishop e7 and not the Prussian bishop d6, which was also interesting. One reason not to play bishop d6 at this point is there's basically no need to fight for e5 and f4 because we already own that, right? White is reneged on any fight for those squares. And now the question, I guess, becomes, it's like, okay, boss, you played your Rook B1, is I guess B4 is your hope.
Mm-hmm.
Then after B4, you have to reckon with both C4, CB, and even just letting it sit there. Rook B1, man, I don't know, Frog. I don't know.
Yeah, it just feels like a healthy position for black. You got the center. White has given up the D pawn for the B pawn. Classic Sicilian.
I think at this point you should play B4 though. You put your rook on B1, buddy. You saw the queen on B8. You thought it looked cool. So let her rip, boss. There it comes. There it comes.
B4 played.
Eval bar is the opiate for the masses.
It really is.
I should have said that on the stream.
What a great line. How did no one come up with that?
I know. I completely missed my roots there.
Dang.
Dude, fuck. Jessie Fab was totally opioided out, man. She was just all in. She couldn't even imagine life.
Nizhnik next to me, Ilya. I love Ilya. He was so much fun, but he was going through withdrawal symptoms. He's like shaking. He's like, I gotta check the engine.
Shaking, trying to click. Can't I click, Ghost?
Yeah, it's a real addiction.
Okay, here's at least one good news for White. If C4, did we move to a different game? To a different game, sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm on the prog game, but we can go somewhere else.
Oh, oh, I know what's happening. No, something I got. So on the prog game, the good news for white is C4 bishop C2 does not D you can't play D5 there because you could, but you'd be running into bishop A4 check and it looks I wouldn't want that. I don't want to get checked on A4 right there. And so I think that kind of makes C4, at least to me, it makes it a little bit unappetizing. Maybe you could play C4, bishop C2, queen C7. There's some questions there too. Yeah, you could probably play C4, bishop C2, queen C7. Another very simple move is just queen C7.
I was gonna
Just
ask, why not queen C7 right away?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could totally do that too.
What if you just ignored dude and castled?
You could, and I'm assuming the hope is that he's gonna be able to generate complications, and I don't know, maybe he can. Yeah. So he got, like we're saying, he's got a lot of moves. C4, CB, queen C7. CB feels a little bit like a compromise, though. For one, I think our queen wants to be on C7 someday, so we'd rather not open up the C file. Yeah, queen C7 is growing on me here.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's hard
that feels
to
most
it's hard
flexible.
to have a problem with queen c7. It's a kind of a perfection of a move.
Dude, I don't like White's position, man. It feels to me he's drifting. I told him to play B4, but that's just because he played Rook B1 the move before, man.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Rook B1, obviously he was going to play B4. It's an easy prediction. But I mean, as long as black doesn't take on B4, it doesn't look very good.
I guess I don't know if you guys mentioned this. Maybe the idea for white is just to play A4 on any queen C7 castles and then B5.
Yeah. Though there, black can say some simple things like when I play AB, I develop my rook, and maybe you get a pawn on B5 that then goes to B6, but it's not really going anywhere after that.
Yeah. Getting a pass pawn must be pushed kind of vibe, but you know. It's still a middle game.
Also, you know, as it often happens in this kind of structure, that black center pawns, you know, it's a real thing. Like that pawn on C5. When you push past, my pawn on C5 is like the extra center pawn. You know, he's controlling some squares. No knight D4 for you, buddy. One more reason to not play CB.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Fabi did go knight D5. You guys called it.
Nice. Now it's going to be interesting if we call knight G3 to E4.
So who's a super GM today, Jesse?
Dude, you guys all got, even Cartier was like, yeah, knight D5.
I was swayed by Kosi. He was like, I'd play rook E8 here. I was like, okay, I guess that's the only move.
All right, he's back.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi
Hello.
again.
Hi.
You got knight D5 from Fabi. You called it.
Nice. So, which game are we on?
Right now watching Naka. Let me see Naka cam. Oh. He looks really unhappy. Maybe he's acting it up. I don't know.
He's a great actor, dude. But I think one of the things he might not have appreciated is just this knight d5 is so simple, and then it basically just saying, you got nothing, buddy. You got nothing. No, after knight g3, we're still going to ask some questions. In Vidit's game, by the way, we kind of left it because he was tanking forever on that b4 move. And what's fun about it is the evaluation of the position thing that we have on the board now was the thing in his head. Like when he's thinking forever on b4, he's trying to assess this kind of position. And
Jesse, actually, Gukesh played some funny moves in the opening.
I believe you. I believe you.
Did you see that?
Yeah, they all do this.
A6, H6.
It's kind of like the way Karpov used to play against the English, just with e5 thrown in instead of c5. But anyways, I think Black's position is fine after knight b8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, White's the one with questions. Black obviously just wants to play knight d7 next move and ask White what he wants.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, White, if they want a plus, there's two different places they could try and put some pressure on Black, right? One would be d4 in the center, and the other would be the f file. Knight h4 to f5, or some move that defends c4 and e4, etc., in a way that lets you play d4. So that would be any queen move, right? Queen e2, c2, b3. And then a move that's sort of unique to this position, or an idea that's unique to this position, would be to maybe play some moves like you were thinking of using the b file, right? Because you do have this b takes a option.
Right.
Does knight h4 in this position lose a coconut? Probably. Bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, knight takes e4. Sure, probably loses a coconut. But it's like a major plan, if that's how you want to pressure Black's position, you just play queen e1 first often.
Yeah.
And then you go for knight h4, knight f5.
Well, we had the structure earlier in the game. It was Naka against Gukesh, I think. Or Naka against Prague, maybe? And, yeah, he did this queen e1, knight h4 thing, but never really got going on the king side. But that would be the usual. To Vidit's credit, I feel like, okay, he has to make 28 moves here, but it's not the craziest position he's seen in the tournament.
Well, not yet, but you don't know if you're going to get a crazy position in 10 or 20 moves and then regret that you spent a lot of time thinking about a not crazy position.
Especially, yeah, against Gukesh, who is very good at getting things to a critical mass.
I mean, KGB would give Vidit an earful here.
Sure.
Well, also another thing, the problem with the Vidit position is because the pawns are kind of immobile in the center, Black at any point can play d5, and it's going to be a little bit of a bummer to meet it.
Sorry, Black can play what? d5?
At some point, d5, right? And
D5,
there's not much White can do to get out ahead of that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you can be trying to plan to capture on e5 if Black does, maybe. But, yeah, I mean, if d5, e5, knight d5, then c3 and e3 get tickled. It's hard to have everything covered. It's hard.
Maybe White just plays like bishop e6 and c4 and says, you know what, buddy, I'm okay. You're okay too, but I'm okay. So you guys, I was wrong about Jan's plan. And this is why, honestly, one of the reasons I love this without the eval bar is a lot of it is just selfish. Like I get a chance to kind of measure my own intuitions against these guys. And so night before was played, knight e5, no knight b5. Knight b5, by the way, I was kind of grasping at straws. I don't know. Uh, but then knight d5, and then bishop c4. I think black is fine. But this was the intention to say that the knight on e5 is cool and that this is kind of a thing here. And maybe it is. Maybe. Well, maybe it's a little frisky.
I wonder if one of the things he's saying is if black goes knight b6 to challenge the aggressive bishop, he lets black take it and he plays b takes c4. Obviously, you have to prepare the e5 square to not get a structure hurt, but knight b6, rook e1, or something of that sort.
And I'm also assuming that, like, the intention must be if bishop e6, queen f3. I guess. Yeah. Black has a variety of moves there too. Honestly, it just seems like black is fine to me. Like, why am I worse after bishop e6? Come on.
No, bishop e6 is the El Obvioso. Any chance Jan tries to storm him with the f pawn if he plays that move?
Well, I was playing. Okay, yeah, you could talk about that. That's probably the intention, David. I think you might be the GM today if that's the case. And let's say one good thing about knight e5 is that since h6 has been committed, white can claim that if black plays f6, that knight g6 will always be a favorable thing.
For sure. But I think I've got an answer to f4 too.
Okay.
I think you give up your good bishop on e5. And if white plays fe, then that structure is just blockaded and it's trash. I've had that structure as white.
The other simple thing too is on bishop e6, f4, I just move my knight to b6 or c7 and I say bows. You don't want any part of this.
The quote unquote weak e6 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if white likes that trade on e6, they've spent too much time reading textbooks and not enough time playing.
One thing too about Abbasov is, we're kind of making fun of the guy and stuff, but he did take some people down in the World Cup. So it's not like he's simply playing to draw. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think somebody's going to give him a chance because they're trying too hard to beat him, such as Nepo might be doing now. And then he's gonna have his little day. He's not gonna win the tournament, but he might play kingmaker here.
Yeah. No, it's always going to be a very special candidates with like him in the tournament. it's just one of those things. But every candidates, they have their unique flavor of thing. This one I feel like is particularly fascinating, just with all the kids and Ding on the other side of this tournament. A lot going on.
I'm definitely taking back that f4 suggestion. I'm not pumped on it. So I think it's a very clear bishop e6 for Nijat here. And I think his position is solid. I mean, what could you complain about, right? Every piece has a good square, so.
Yeah.
One thing I really admire about these guys is that, like for me, I would probably have played bishop e6 long ago, but they are actively really trying to look like, okay, what is my opponent's intention, right? What is the guy gonna do to me when I play bishop e6? I don't know. I don't know what white's gonna do to him after bishop e6.
Mhm.
I think it's like something about the weight of the tournament. Like you really want to take your time and not blunder. Like, and I think people are also a little bit nervous, and that causes them to maybe spend extra time double checking and stuff.
Okay, so we don't have to go there, but Firouzja's still tanking on the move we wanted with queen c7. Vidit took on e6 and played queen c2. I think black is fine.
Okay,
And
but we can say that that means he's playing d4, right?
Yeah, dude, I made an arrow and it happened. Hold on, I'm gonna try again. D5.
I don't know about this
Nah, it
d4
doesn't
move,
work.
man. I don't know. This d4 is very double-edged.
Mm-hmm.
Nimzovich said that the weakened pawns get weaker as they progress up the board, and that's certainly the case here.
Mm-hmm.
Like white never
Yeah.
wants to move that d4 pawn ever again.
If white played d5 or de5 here, it would be terrible.
Mm-hmm.
So, unless black plays queen e7, the Nimzovich technique threatening e takes d4 to pressure the e pawn and try and force white to play the positionally suicidal advance d5.
Uh-huh.
And then you go queen
Nimzovich
e7,
analysis.
and white's like, oh god, I guess I have to advance d5 and resign because now my doubled pawns are way behind the d pawn.
There are many
Well-
games like that. Queen e7, d5, 0-1.
Yeah.
The basic question there though is queen e8. What is white gonna do after queen e8? Maybe rook a e1, I guess. Yeah.
Well, on queen
Yeah,
e8, can I try
Knight
d5 and
h4,
knight
man.
h4? Yeah.
You could think about it.
But queen e7, knight h4, that's you need to calculate, right?
Queen e7, knight h4, I think you can ignore that one, but queen e8.
Oh, sorry, queen e7, d5. Yeah,
Yeah.
queen e8, knight h4, I guess. What else? I mean, it looks fine.
Although queen e8, I don't see why white wouldn't start with rook ae1.
Yeah, rook a1. Another option could be something. Black's got a lot of different options here, honestly. C6 is a move just with queen c7, rook e8. You know, yeah, that's pretty basic. And Vidit, dude, he's got his little time pressures.
Now
Okay,
it's-
I'm the
yeah.
GM today, my friends. I called bishop e6 and queen f3 from Jan. I didn't claim that white had anything special, but that was my intuition. And then David went on one of his rampages with f4. Come on, bud. Come
Queen
on.
f3. What did you guys come up with for queen f3? Okay, bishop b4 played, so
Yeah.
interesting.
Honestly, any bishop somewhere. Bishop somewhere. Bishop b4 just happens to be the most logical spot. And so the question, one of the reasons I was interested in David's f4, though, is that I looked at this and I didn't know, I was like, well, what next, Mr. White? What now, brown cow? And as I want to repeat myself, the bishop on c1 can't fight for the d5 squared. It's kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
The mundane bishop c3, it looks like a threat.
Definitely. Mm-hmm.
And if you play bishop b2, you're just kind of sad there. You're just like, why am I here? Why am I here on this sad, sad square? Queen g3 looks like a one-move trick. What?
Wait, I'm not sure bishop c3 is a threat, because we can take on d5. And then on b7? I guess it gets
Maybe,
pretty
maybe.
sharp. Queen
Yeah,
G3
that-
feels
But just to stress, I
logical.
mean, black's goal is just to stabilize here. That's all we're trying to do. We're just trying to stabilize the position, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Also,
think CD5 is the culprit here. CD5 equalized for black.
well, if white equalize, maybe black is better. Also, bishop b4 just is preventing rook e1, which you'd like to do if you want to mess with like, the e6 bishop somehow.
Yeah, these white rooks would like to get onto d1 and e1, typically.
And we'll just say black has the long-term dream of advancing his coconuts on the queen side. And yeah, so moves like a5, a6, b5 at some point can be building moves for black.
Yeah. If we played queen g3 for white,
Uh-huh.
the right move for black would be to move the king over, right?
That's what I would think, right? So right, I'm sure Jan's looking at queen g3, and the question is there any kind of follow-up after, say, king h8? I don't see it, but I'm sure he's looking at it right now.
Oh, I know. Rush the f pawn. Oh no, sorry.
No, you should think about it, boss. I don't know. You should think about it. It
I'm
is
not
true. Oh, queen g3 played, dude. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
good. Now, let's say one obvious thing is that at least, let's say king h8. Maybe he's got other moves, by the way. But if king h8, now f6 truly will never work because of knight g6. And there's kind of dreams maybe of at some point bishop d3 and knight g6. It doesn't work, but you can dream about it. I can dream about you.
I'm curious about this line. If queen f6,
Yeah,
white could
I was
try
trying to tell people via chat that white could trade
bishop
and play
d5.
knight d7.
Right, knight d7.
But I don't think it even works.
So that's what I'm
you
wondering
go-
about.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen d4, right?
Yeah, queen d4, right?
But there's bishop e3,
Whoa.
and then I was wondering if black has a way to like sack the exchange and play with the bishop here, but a7 is also going to be hanging in this line.
That's maybe
so
too much.
But I mean, our bishop could not only go to e3, it could go to h6, right?
maybe bishop h6 is better.
I mean, both are winning, but it might be even more winning.
Yeah, that'd be annoying too. And
We're
he's
hitting
got
the
this,
rook. We've got rook d1 coming.
King
And
h8. Of course,
also-
we're playing king h8. Stop with the queen f6.
No, I was
Yeah.
just curious. Just curious.
Well, no, chat asked the question, Jesse. Multiple people were asking about this line, so
And I also didn't know.
it makes sense.
But there's knight d7. I don't know if this is the Prague knight d7 or the Fallujah knight d7, but it's very strong piece.
Now, David, I think we have to ask about your f4 move.
Okay.
Because honestly, if it is an f4, it's a little hard to see what this is doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really hectic because when you play f4, then you really have to calculate bishop c3.
Yeah.
Is
mean,
bishop e3 very bad?
Bishop c3 looks crushing here.
Bishop e3, you're asking, Cartier?
Yeah, bishop e3. If it takes, I will strengthen the pawn. If
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's a normal move.
Yeah, bishop e3 makes sense. If black takes, your dark squares are secure for the moment, and you're going to go after f7 and other related light squares.
But like, what would be your next move after bishop e3?
Rook a d1.
yeah, connect the rooks and then put them somewhere useful.
Simple chess. No, actually, yeah, bishop e3, rook d1, rook d3, and then you Hindu sack, bishop h6.
Yeah.
Get it ready.
One thing I am appreciating with this, though, is like I have no idea what's next for Jan, but it is true that the knight on e5 is going nowhere.
Yeah. And black doesn't have a ton of obvious ways to improve their position other than bishop c3 takes d4 right now.
I think a6 b5 is always useful.
Yeah, but maybe hard to arrange, right? Like in this position, if you played it, white would have knight c6.
Rook a2.
Rook
Wow.
a2. That makes more sense to me because the bishop on e3 was like I didn't know what it was doing. And at least now the rook on e2, what it will do is it'll talk to the e6 coconut. So like rook e2, and then I don't know if it's a big deal, but then he has to worry about knight g6 check.
Yeah. So I was thinking about this idea of just pulling the bishop back to d3 and then looking for knight g6 there.
I feel like I can hear a different gear clicking in for Jan.
Rook a2. Yeah, the engine is starting.
Like he's just like he's gearing up and he's willing to play a risky game here, right? Like the degree of risk that he takes in his games varies so much from game to game compared to other people. You've got people who are like absolute risk takers, right? And people are super careful and solid.
Yeah.
And
he's,
Jan, it's like all over the place.
turning on his Super Saiyan mode.
The other thing that's kind of fun about rook a2 is it does ask black, are you worried about f4 now? Because f4 is a little more complicated. Probably still doesn't work yet, but something he's got to worry about.
Yeah,
Who's
rook
an
a2
absolute
has
risk
some
taker?
side points.
Gukesh is a huge risk taker. Fallujah is a pretty big risk taker. And Prague is generally a risk taker. Yeah. The Americans are both quite solid. They'll play aggressively sometimes, but generally within a situation they're very confident that's not necessarily super risky for them. For example, when Fabi has a line prepped that's aggressive, then
Yeah, Fabi,
he'll
like,
unload. But
Oh, Fabi went to f4.
Fabi, yeah,
Dang.
he doesn't shy away from risk. Like, if he really believes in his position, which is sometimes very surprising given his mild-manneredness. But he's like,
right.
he's willing to go absolutely all out sometimes, and it's great to watch.
Yeah, now bishop c2, of course, I love knight f4 because the bishop is not looking at e6.
How about a6 for Abbasov here after rook a2?
Oh, rook e4, yeah, he doesn't want the knight there, of course.
Oh, Naka just played rook e4. Yeah, that's interesting. A6. Well, what's the plan if white goes like rook e2 or bishop d3?
b5.
Let's say I go bishop d3 on your a6.
Okay, b5. I could play queen d6 too, but since I was gonna play b5 anyway, we'll see what you want.
I was hoping for knight g6.
But then fg, queen g6, I have bishop g8.
Yeah, okay. I'll sack on h6 first, and then I'll go knight g6 check.
Oh my god.
Jesse expected you, but wow. Bringing everything. All right. Takes.
Yeah, queen takes.
Queen takes.
I'm getting my 3 Ps.
Looks like you've got a draw by repetition.
I'm playing
well.
for more than a draw.
You are? Okay.
I think so.
Queen D7.
Queen D7, yeah.
Queen D7. Okay. Fair. Take on H6.
Yep.
King
We play our
G8.
only legal moves.
All right.
Now, I just want to say about this variation, it's interesting, but the when I'm playing after bishop d3, there's no rush for me to play b5. And what I've done, right, what you've done when you play bishop d3 is now you've consolidated my d5 control, right? So at that point, I have a variety of other moves as well, like knight f6, for example.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And like in our other IQP game, Naka Fabi, there's something to be said for the bishop being even better on d5 than the knight.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the critical line, though, Kosi, is rook a2, if a6. I mean, this is just one idea, but a6, rook e2,
Yeah, rook e2, continue
b5, bishop d3, and now knight g6 is a problem for me.
Yeah, also on
So,
B5, we got to look at knight C6 as well. Unless black has something there.
I was just thinking, if you play knight c6, I'm just going to play queen d6 and be like, well, what is it?
Well, just to see. So knight C6, queen D6, white takes on B4.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe
I guess
that's not.
queen B4?
That would be the thought.
And
Bishop d5.
yeah.
I'm going to take on h6 next move.
And you got a tactic, yeah.
Ah, okay. Nice.
Oh yeah.
Guys, I'll BRB. Let me put you on the live position. Unless you want to go to a different game.
No, we're good here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. So let's say some obvious things. The idea of rook a2 is to play rook e2 to talk to the coconut.
Yeah.
And we're saying the bishop on c1 is developed where it stands. Doesn't need to move, right?
Mhm.
And at some point, maybe bishop h6, we have other ideas too. We're just
Yeah,
kind of looking at the king. We're just
Exactly.
looking.
The knight's outposted on e5 and nobody's chasing it, right?
Right.
Then you put the queen on the king side. So your force count's going up and you're preventing the opponent's queen from coming to that side. And now he wants to go rook a2, rook e2, rook e4. Just slowly bringing more stuff. And you're right, Jesse. a6, b5 is kind of the only idea that disrupts part of white's machinery, right?
Mm-hmm.
But white doesn't really mind playing bishop d3. Plus, to play a6, b5, you have to be not worse to any knight c6 lines.
Yeah. Okay, another basic plan that he could think about is rook e8.
Mm-hmm.
And then the intention is to play queen f6, just to bring the lady
Mm-hmm.
to a nicer situation.
Exactly. That makes a lot of sense. To try and get queen f6 in, it's just improving your defensive force count over there.
Yeah. Eugene's here. I'm gonna say hi
Right
to
on.
Eugene, David, and then I have to go run an errand, but I'm gonna be back pretty quick.
Okay.
So we'll just
Cool.
say-
Hey guys,
Hey Eugene.
I'm
Buddy,
here. I'm in Toronto.
Hello.
Nice, dude. I'm gonna step out just for a second, then I'll be right back.
Sure.
Do you want me to leave, David, just so it's easier for you to navigate, or
Is that okay? Because Kosi is not here to
Here, I'll
keep
leave
us
it. Yeah,
together.
all right.
Otherwise. All right. Thanks, Jesse.
Oh,
Welcome,
you played
Eugene.
A5.
Yeah, thank you.
Just so you know, our producer stepped away for a second, so we're currently fixed on the live position of Nepo versus Nijat.
Okay, let me open that up.
Yeah. So that's the position that the viewers see. We can also chat about, some other general stuff, but that's what's there at the
Yeah, I
moment.
can talk about my experience being there physically.
Okay. Cool. Tell us, what did you see?
Well, first of all, it was sold out. Today, especially because it's a Saturday, so lots of fans showed up, and because of the anti-cheating methods, you only get like a few slots that you can actually go to the balcony to watch the games,
Hmm.
and it's not announced when that slot is. So it's kind
Mm.
of like they make it's like semi-random.
So it'd be really hard to coordinate some kind of go for it signal.
Yeah, and you have to, of course, leave your cell phone and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Hello, Eugene.
Hey,
I was
how are
wondering
you?
though, but you can, if you wanted to, you could
Hmm.
yell something from the balcony and the players would
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
it.
yeah. You can yell. You can yell anything because it's a very old building, and it's like this little creates this effect that it's quite loud because they're at the bottom, everyone's on top, and the floor is creaking. And when people are moving or, coughing, it's quite loud. And I was surprised how good the fans, how well behaved they were, like little kids too. They're quiet. But yeah, I mean, it's quite difficult for the players.
Hmm, that's interesting. Were you watching any games specifically?
From the balcony, it's hard to see the positions on the board, but of course, I was in the VIP, see, I have the VIP little ticket. I told them I'm Grandmaster Eugene Perelson. They're like, all right, well, you get a VIP.
Nice.
Well, I knew some of the people, like I knew Sotovsky and a couple other people. So I got in, and then they just kind of said, okay, you can watch, but don't stay too long.
And yeah, don't give hints.
Don't give hints, yeah. And then I gave the FIDE person Charlize interview. I think it should be on their, I don't know, YouTube channel or FIDE website.
Oh, cool, cool.
Let's see, who did I saw? Professor Regan I saw. He's in charge of the anti-cheating.
Hmm.
Um, let's see, who else did I saw? Emil Sotovsky. I saw Mamedjarov. I saw Chiparinov. Um, I saw Jeffrey Zhong eating, I think, breakfast or lunch. He's helping somebody. I don't know who he's helping.
I heard it
I
was
saw,
Tan Zhongyi. He's helping.
yeah, exactly.
Well,
Um,
the leader.
Yeah.
and so they have this VIP room where it's like drinks and TV screens, and you can just kind of chill. And they have this, you have to kind of get out, go from a different entrance, this semi-basement, bigger room with Eric Hansen and Arian Tari doing commentary. And
Nice.
there's like music playing, people playing Blitz. It's kind of this like very packed room with over 300 people.
Yeah, so they're doing like a
Whoa.
chess bra like party zone kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like a party zone feel. Yeah, and they kind of talk through the games. So it's I saw Chiparinov playing Blitz there.
Nice.
So it's quite like it's a little overwhelming. It's like quite loud environment. It's like but they want to recreate like the pub scene, I guess. And you can
Hmm.
buy snacks and drinks there.
Oh, cool. Do they have an eval bar for the live audience?
No, no, I didn't see Eval Bar. I think they were
Oh.
talking through the moves. So there's a person on the computer who's showing the arrows, but they're walking around with microphones
Oh, really?
and they're talking through the position. I didn't see Eval Bar. I heard you guys had a big discussion about the Eval Bar with Ludwig Hammer.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was a good talk. By the way, Jesse had to go, or what happened?
He's running a quick errand and he'll be back.
Okay, cool, cool.
I can tell you the players' emotions.
Yes, that's what
Yes,
that's what
please.
I want to know, Eugene, is like who seems nervous, who seems confident, or whatever else.
Hmm.
So Caruana seemed extremely confident. I just kind of was walking around bored. And then Hikaru at some point was like shaking his head, his usual style.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that he didn't like his IQP,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and so maybe some small suffering for white.
Hmm.
I didn't see what the latest position is. Let's see. Nepo seemed extremely confident. It feels like he's got the type of position he likes. He's got this like initiative with this knight on e5 and some nice attacking chances. So it feels like Nepo is quite happy, and Abaso just kind of sitting there, slightly unsure what to do with himself. What else? Extremely hard to get the read on the Indian players.
Hmm.
Like just no emotion at all. So like
Yeah.
Vidit, Gukesh, Prague. Firuza seemed kind of like how can I describe it? Tired? I don't know if that's
Mhm.
the right description. Kind of like, oh no, what is going on? So
I gotta play another second half.
yeah, it feels like he just wants to play bullet and relax, and now he has to, avoid some home cooking from Prague with this knight b5, and clearly Firuza is out of book pretty early on. But okay, I mean, position is imbalance, right? It's like a typical Taimanov imbalance, so it's definitely Firuza's type of position.
Yeah.
If he gets enough counterplay, he'll be back in the game. So, and other games, the women's games, extremely tense battle in the Chinese game.
Hmm.
Apparently, they're like super fighting, so it's not like easy draw between two countrymen. They're like really, really fighting players.
Yeah.
The same with the Russian ladies, Garechkina and Lagno, big fighting game.
Well, the first match between the Chinese,
Hmm.
Lei had, I think, a clear advantage with white,
The
and
first game, yeah.
yeah, and
I,
Tan
I don't
turned
think
it
so,
around
David.
and
I
won that game.
I think she was maybe only slightly better.
Hmm.
Yeah, clearly slightly better. It seemed obvious to me that she was better by some amount. And then Tan turned around and won the game, and that's kind of the difference in the standings right now.
Hmm.
And if Lei wants to qualify, I mean, today is her best shot, right? So,
Oh, but get this. I'm just playing through the game, and Tan Zhangyi avoided a repetition.
Yeah, I
oh,
proposed
Before.
to my friend Nair, who is helping Garechkin. I said Bishop G5, Bishop F4, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said this looks like a repetition, but I don't
Yeah,
know
and
if
then
they're
she
gonna
ended up
take.
playing F4.
Oh, okay, okay. So I don't see that position. Okay, I'll take a look.
And, I mean, optically, I like white. She's playing the Trump wall attack now. She's got the bishop on g5.
That's
She's
right.
got the stone wall, and knight's coming to f3. So I understand this for white. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those positions that like white could a little bit overextend. Black is quite solid, but also like if white gets their dream, then black would be in trouble. I think the good thing is black is not castled, right? That would be more dangerous because I
Hmm.
can run maybe king d7 if I have to.
Yeah. For me, what's exciting about this is that neither king has a clear home. So when I see positions like that, I just sort of say, okay, there's going to be some violence at some point.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And I would be looking at king d7 for black as like my main plan already, basically. Just
Ooh.
Immediately make a run for it, maybe.
just run for it. But
Why not like b4 and try to get maybe some counterplay?
you could. Yeah, that's the secondary plan is you say we're both going to leave our kings in the center. We're going to play
Right.
b4, rook on h8 to restrict white's aggression, go to h7 if white opens the g file.
Yeah, because I feel king on e8, f8. You can play king f8, right? That seems
Mhm.
safe enough.
Yeah. That seems maybe, yeah, maybe a safer approach.
And the problem with white, like knight f3 is not easy to execute because both h5 hangs on knight e4.
Right.
Mhm.
But if you take on f6, I mean, I'm entertaining the idea of even taking gf to stop knight f3, knight e5, and just checkmate you with b4 and get rook b2 and from the other
Mhm.
side.
Yeah.
So black to me feels a little bit better, maybe psychologically, because I don't see what white should do.
Yeah.
Hmm.
maybe
Well, that's
if white
interesting because
played,
Tana's the one that like avoided the draw. She's going all out.
Wait, and she is in the lead, right?
Yeah, she's in the
yeah,
lead.
That
she's in
makes
the
no
lead.
sense to me. Why would you avoid the draw and risk losing if you're in the lead with white here?
7 games to go, and she's got white. You know, she wants to make it count.
Well, no,
Hmm.
she must believe in her position. That must, I mean, I would think.
Well, first step to losing with white is you have to really want to win.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of starts from there.
Yeah.
You can overpress, overextend. This could happen because b4 is a very natural plan, and I don't see a natural plan for white. Like f5 is hard to get, knight of 3 is hard to get, e4 is hard to get. Like, what are you doing with those two bishops?
Yeah, I was going to suggest a different plan for white, which is bishop f3, queen e2, and
And then e4.
try and emphasize that we have that last light squared bishop, and I'm playing for both e4 and f5.
Yeah, at least you have a tactical point with bishop f3 if b4, knight takes e4.
Right. It's a good one.
Yeah, that's a reasonable move. At least you try to slow black down. If black can't play b4, black is lacking a little bit of a clear plan. So I think bishop f3 is quite reasonable, solid move.
Yeah. That
Queen
definitely makes
c7 would
sense.
be an obvious move to defend the knight and sort of coordinate things and prepare for b4. But it's also going to make it easier for us to play f5 because the d5 pawn won't be so well defended.
Right.
Whoa. Someone's saying Abasav's winning?
And they're giving a variation. They're not just trolling.
I
Wow.
don't know. I didn't think
Wait,
so.
who is winning?
People are saying Abasav. Let's check out Abasav.
Abasov is winning?
It's about everyone in the tournament is about to buy him a shot tonight.
Wow. I mean, that would be a
That's
sensation.
Well, okay, I don't really
Knight
see it
c3,
yet.
knight c6. I don't follow Pringle's variation though.
Yeah, Queen B6 just was played. Was it before Queen B6? We got a little excited.
Yeah.
Or
More fake news.
Late.
It's always
Mm.
fake news. They disguised it with a variation this time.
Wrong part.
Normally
They just scream it, and I don't buy it, right?
So what? Queen b6? Why is black winning after queen b6?
I think
It's
we've
not.
gone in some faulty news.
Ah, okay. Well, the pawn is under attack. I can see that on d4. But
Yeah.
what if I play queen h4 with bishop takes h6 idea?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a little bit scared for black with that sack coming.
Definitely.
Yeah.
The other plan is rook e4, rook h4 lift.
Yep.
Um,
That looks good too.
so, I mean, this is Nepo's type of position. He loves dynamic attack in chess.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, could be, if he wins this one, he may run away with the lead now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's scary.
All right. Chat wants an evaluation, Eugene. And I had thought to myself that when you come on, we should maybe do a little like evaluation game.
Yeah, let's do the game. I wrote the book,
You know.
Evaluate Like a Grandmaster. So
Yeah.
Exactly.
if anyone, you should test me.
Oh, we should test you. Okay. Well, we'll give you the first question from chat, which is to
Okay.
evaluate bishop takes d5. So this is not chapter 1. This is give you a variation, then evaluate the resulting position, right?
Ah, okay. This
That's
is from one
chapter-
of my books. Yeah.
Chapter 3 or something, but
Exactly.
it's bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, knight d7.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where they want the evaluation.
So obviously you cannot stop there, right?
Yeah.
Concrete
there's too
Because
many things that
you
hang.
only stop if the forcing moves are over, but after
Right.
knight d7, can black play a forcing move? That's my question.
Yeah.
Queen B5 looks forcing.
Exactly. So we kind of gave a hint to whoever is calculating the chat. They forgot to keep going. So queen b5, rook on
Mhm.
e2 is under attack. It doesn't stop there because we can take a rook on f8.
Yeah.
Right? So rook knight takes f8. Queen takes e2. Now knight on f8 is under attack. And does white have any more forcing moves left? I don't really see anything.
Bishop takes h6, but it's not good.
Yeah, I guess it's a forcing move, but after gh, you kind of start running out of resources.
Yeah.
I had a question though. If instead of knight takes f8, what about bishop h6 there?
Ah, okay.
So
So the idea is if g takes h,
yeah, I wanted queen e5 check.
queen e5, clever. And if I play f6, knight takes f6, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I think f6 it would be forced here.
Okay, so f6, knight takes f6, and now you're threatening some big discovery, but can I use the fact that my queen on b5, maybe I can move my bishop in such a way? Bishop. Ah, but bishop c6, you have d5 maybe.
Yes. Evaluate that.
Okay, I mean, that's not a position you can evaluate because too many things are hanging and you can easily blunder one move.
Yeah. So
Okay,
this is very sharp.
I've got an idea. After knight takes f6, I will play queen takes e2.
But the problem, I think, the audience, whoever asked that question, is approaching this in the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
You only go for complications if you're strategically worse.
I never knew that.
So, like, bishop takes d5, knight d7. You're wasting so much of your mental energy on that line that if you make one mistake, and because you just strategically make a huge concession, bishop takes d5, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's almost like these guys are not wasting any effort calculating that. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
but maybe like Gukesh hasn't been told that yet either.
Yeah, like he's just a kid. He's only 17, so he needs to still learn. But I think for experienced player like Nepo, he'll probably stop after queen b5 and we'll say unclear.
Okay, that's pretty quick.
Oh yeah, because like why waste your mental energy on a line like where strategically you're totally sound, and queen h4 and rook e4 look much more menacing with this unstoppable attack potentially.
Wow. So then it is an evaluation puzzle, not a calculation puzzle.
I think it's almost like an intuition thing. Like if intuitively you think white's winning after bishop d5, then you try to calculate it out. But if it feels like it's messy, then yeah, I'm totally like,
once you see queen b5, you're exactly right. You realize like, okay, things are messy. It's not. I'm not sure what's going on. Whereas you have two excellent candidate moves like queen h4, maybe rook e4, and then you're like, I don't need to take any risks, and strategically I'm doing quite well. By the way, this is a good question. Why is white strategically doing well with an IQP? Because we know IQP is a strategic weakness. That's a tough question for the audience. What do you think, Kostya?
That's a tough question for us.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't say white is doing well strategically. I would think his position is relying on dynamics, like with these bishop h6 ideas. I would think black is the one doing well strategically.
Yeah, I guess by strategically, maybe I not say the right things, because if you take the queens off the board, clearly black is better.
Yeah.
So I guess
white's strategy involves threats on the king side. I think you can call that strategic.
Yeah. So what by strategically I mean, I guess the word strategy is getting used in so many different. It's like I have a clear plan, right?
Yeah.
If I put my rook on h4, bishop h6, you resign.
Yeah.
So in a way, I have overwhelming not strategic, again, maybe that's not the word I'm using, but like I have too many threats that you can't stop.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know what the right word for that. Strategy may not be the right word. Dynamic initiative maybe is the right word. like white has this big initiative and it's just building up and building up, and black's hope is only like an end game and some kind of massive trade. The other thing is you count the number of attackers against black's king versus number of defenders. I don't know if you guys do that.
Oh, yes.
Okay, good. So we have
That's our
bishop on
favorite kind of
c1.
counting over here.
We have bishop on c1, knight on e5, queen on g3, rook on e2. Those are massive attackers. And maybe bishop on e6, rook on f8, a little bit of knight on d5. I mean, there's very little defenses around that king.
Yeah.
And bishop on b4 is just taking a little break.
Yeah, to me, queen b6 especially affects the force count. And we talk about strategy. I think you could talk about force count in terms of strategy, right? You just count them up and you're like, well, there it is. And queen b6, I guess, is relying on tactical queen d4 stuff. Yeah, it's relying on tactics, but like the lady has left her man. The lady has left her man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
don't know
what
how much
about
knight on d5 is helping either. Yeah.
Bishop d5, knight d7, queen b5, knight f8, queen e2, knight d7, and we put the knight e5 maybe back.
That looks great for black. I think that's one of the things black is counting on.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait a second. So I think we're clear. It feels like white should have something here.
Rook e4.
My Mexican friend told me that rooks in the center were big shit, but
Yeah.
possible rook e4.
Rook e4 or what was the alternative? I think queen h4 was our alternative too.
On queen h4, probably bishop e7 is the hope, right?
Right. So
Yeah.
then we have to. Is there any queen moves? Like queen h5. You may walk into knight f6.
Knight f6.
Yeah, that seems like you didn't really. You have to play queen f3 back.
And
Doesn't
on
seem like
rook
white's
e4,
achieving.
I think the tactic that black is counting on is knight c3.
Rook e4, knight c3.
I think that's his idea. I don't
And
know
if
if it
rook-
works, but
And
that's
if rook h3.
you mean
But the
rook
bishop
h4?
c4.
Bishop c4 intending knight e2.
Queen protects h6 also.
Yeah.
Very clever. Rook e4, knight c3. You don't have a.
Oh, it was
Rook
played.
e4 on the board.
Because
We'll
if
have to
think
find
about it,
out.
if you don't have knight c3, I guess you could think about knight f6. You could think about it.
Hey, Jesse,
Yeah.
we might have to revise the rook in center is big shit, except in IQP positions or something, because Naka also has his rook on e4 right now.
Oh man.
Well, we definitely have to revise it because big shit usually means good, but Jesse is saying that it's usually a bad thing. So
Well, as my Mexican friend told me about it, and it's a little bit different,
translation,
cultures
yeah.
here. Translation issues.
But wait, I don't understand. What does he play after knight c3? I'm still.
I don't know.
Because the rook can't leave the e file, then bishop c4, knight e2 fork. I guess rook e3? But that's a
But
little.
then bishop c4 and queen d4.
Yeah, that
right?
feels a little
Wait,
bit.
guys, I'm sorry. Knight c3, knight g6 check,
Knight g6 check. F takes
FG.
g6.
and then rook e6. Oh, queen
Queen
e6.
Queen
e6.
e6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Huh. What is after knight c3? Is he blundered?
No, it's Nepo.
How about this, you guys? Maybe
Don't
the
miss.
intention is knight c3, rook e3. And if whenever queen d4 goes down, I'm gonna play bishop b2.
And the knight drops. Yeah.
Why does my knight drop?
On c3 drops.
That's the intention. I don't know if it's true. I'm just saying maybe that's white's intention. Right?
Oh, guys, can I try knight c3, bishop h6,
Pawn takes.
and then knight g6 check there?
Okay. Pawn takes.
Oh, queen takes.
Okay.
And I want queen h6, bishop e6, winning your queen. And okay, other stuff if allowed.
Okay.
Holy moly.
Bishop takes
Bishop takes c4, bro.
You have the queen. All right, queen b6. You got a lot of rooks you can eat.
Yeah, but we can only eat one.
But I guess
think
I'm thinking white has at least a perpetual here.
Yeah.
Unless you kill me with some rook a6 or something.
Ooh,
Could be a
yeah,
move.
nah.
Rook a6, man. That
Rook
might be-
a6 could like totally.
Oh my goodness, that's quite the saving move. Somebody asked us, half an hour ago, is Black going to defend this game with Rook A6? Question mark. Right when he played A5.
Oh, okay, funny. Oh. Okay, so that wasn't clear.
I want to just say, like, I think I would be under hectic stress after rook e4 because I would have told myself, like, I've got all these tricks that I'm using to defend bringing the queen to the wrong side of the board. And I'm telling myself I got all these tricks, and then rook e4 is saying, no, you don't have the tricks, dude. And I don't know what it is yet, but he's got some idea. He didn't miss knight c3.
No, definitely not.
I think it's safe to say, though, that if like knight f6, rook h4, you're done. The
Yes.
force count is too intense.
Yeah.
So yeah, knight c3, maybe rook e3, and you cannot take on d4.
All right, let me try to. Let's see here. All right, let me just see if I can challenge that assumption. So queen takes d4.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop b2, maybe.
Oh, he's reaching. He's grabbing the horse.
Oh,
Knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3 on the board.
So I think,
wow.
yeah, I think rook e3. I'm starting to think that on queen d4 we might not even need bishop b2 because we could also just play the simplistic bishop e6, and on fg we have knight g6.
Yeah, Black's maybe going to trade on c4 here if you go rook e3, right? He
But then
played
how
rook
do I-
e3 quickly.
How do I save my coconuts after knight c4?
Which coconuts are under threat?
Well, okay, so you just don't take. Well, where do you go with the queen?
To d4 was the plan, right?
But d4 bishop b2, and the knight's protecting. Well, maybe b5 or something wild. I don't know. What you
Oh no, guys, knight d5 silent draw. For what if he plays that? Because Nepo wants a draw.
Actually, that's a good question. Knight d5, does white have any other option? Then like rook e4, rook e2?
Takes and knight d7 with the rook no longer hanging on e2.
Oh, that's tricky.
Ah, okay. At least this is a tactic that we didn't have on the other line. The rook was hanging.
Wow. Nepo with the reciprocal thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Josh had it.
so I want to try one more thing. Can I try b5 after queen? So queen d4. Bishop b2, or excuse me. First, I'm going to play bishop c4.
Bishop.
So first bishop c4.
Yeah, bishop c4, bc.
Wait,
So
bishop
first,
c4
first
for
bishop
black?
c4. First bishop c4 goes.
Then knight c4 or?
And then, yeah, I assume.
Okay. Queen
And
d4.
then queen d4, bishop b2,
Mm-hmm.
and then b5.
Yeah, b5 is a clever move. Do I have rook takes c3?
I was thinking rook c3. Yeah, bc, rook c2, right?
Yeah, that was my idea too.
But then I play c3.
C3. Rook
Right.
takes.
Yeah,
Maybe rook takes, maybe.
it's like Prague Nepo all over again. The diagonals.
Yeah, I don't know.
c3.
There's bishop
Pawn takes,
d6
rook
and
c2. c3. Rook takes, and then I think a default move for black.
Guys,
is-
bishop c4 on the board.
Oh,
Jesse,
nice.
your move.
But I think in that final position, you can play queen d6. You might have something better, but queen d6 is going to save your soul.
Queen d6. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So
I mean, there's
bishop
also
c4.
queen d6, right? Or did you say bishop d6 or queen d6?
I said queen d6.
Queen d6, yeah. Agreed then. Agreed.
I mean, bishop d6, maybe, but I'm a simple man, Mr. Bruce. I'm a simple man.
Okay, Nepo not at the board. Nepo, he was away. He came down and played rook e3 quickly and just immediately got back up.
Yeah, I've noticed he's not at the board that often compared to the other guys. He just leaves a lot.
They
I don't know
have
if that's
their
his-
they have like a resting room, right? Or like a snack room for the players.
Yeah, you don't see it from the balcony, but they do leave and they go somewhere. I think that's where they go.
Did you go hang out at the balcony, boss?
Of course, I got the
Oh,
VIP
right.
pass.
Oh, VIP pass, dude. Okay.
We were trying to get Eugene to shout something from the just one day, just shout, welcome to the dojo at any moment.
Oh yeah.
Lifetime membership. Maybe this goes for anyone in Toronto. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ghost, are you gonna open
Right.
it up?
I'm not inciting anything.
Guerrilla marketing gone wrong.
Now, you guys, the other thing that white can consider here is pawn takes bishop.
Yes.
Hmm. Yeah.
Um,
And if queen takes d4?
Yeah, on
And
queen
then bishop
d4 is
b2.
there well, I want to ask, is there rook d3?
but what about just bishop b2? Why am I not winning a piece?
I don't know. Fair question.
Mm-hmm.
Because he
Yeah,
can't.
bishop b2, can he get out of it somehow?
Oh, so my idea would be to play.
Are you
rook
really
e8.
attacking the knight on c3?
It looks like it. They told me
Yes.
that I got 3 attackers and you have 2 defenders.
But I want to attack the knight so that if you take on c3, your rook on e3 comes off of e5.
Yeah, somehow like rook e8?
But then
Rook
I got
a8,
knight
e8,
f7.
yeah.
Okay.
It's not over yet. It's not over
King
yet.
some can I
King h7, right? Mm-hmm.
king h7, yeah, because not on g8. What a total mess.
Yeah.
That is.
Spiciness going up. Okay, Nepo's
Because
back
there's
at
some
the board
threats
now.
like rook e3, knight e2, rook f7.
White can just play knight back to e5 in that position, right? Because all white stuff is defended at the moment.
Mm,
Nepo is really eyeballing Abasov right now. He just got back to the board. He's looking at bishop c4. He's just like, he's looking at Abasov a lot. Like, what are you doing?
Okay, now I gotta go look. Put the link in the chat, boss. Put the link.
yeah,
in
put
the
it
chat.
put it on the chat. I want to take
Yes.
as well.
You might have to go back like 15 seconds, but you'll see him when he comes back to the board.
I feel
And
like
Abasov didn't play knight d5 back, so maybe there was something obviously bad.
Yeah, I think the trade on d5 and knight d7.
Oh, Nipo realized he missed something.
Think so? Evaluate
Oh,
his
yeah.
expression.
Based on his expression, he is not.
that guy right behind him with the long hair, he could spit a loogie on Nepo.
Yeah, so I stood right there where that guy was.
Wow,
Because
within
they're at the
loogie
edge
distance.
table. They're at the edge table. What's interesting about this candidates is the men's and women's are intermixed. Some tables are next to each other, some are not. There's not like separate. They're not separated. Like
They're all in
you
the
know.
same room, right?
They're not only are this in the same room, they're in the same. It's not like the room is separated into half and half. They're all intermixed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like man, women, man, women. So it's like mix.
Okay. Wait, so have we found a solution after BC, Queen D4, Bishop B2?
No.
And I think Rook AE8 is the correcto move, though.
Okay.
I mean, that's
Abasa was
the
a
one
genius if he sees all that. I mean, that's very difficult.
Oh, takes with the knights.
Takes with the knight. Okay, good. So, that was also the first instinct. I mean, because pawn takes is like, you know. So now Queen D4.
Yeah, Queen D4 feels natural enough.
I mean, it's
attack.
kind of just a forced move at this point, right?
Right. And then bishop b2, I think, is autopilot, right? And then the question is b5.
Yeah.
What a mess. b5, rook takes c3.
So that line looked equal.
bc, rook c2, c3, exclam. And I can play either bishop takes c3 and make a draw, or rook takes c3 to keep things spicy.
But it's not that spicy after queen d6.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook c3, queen d6, and I can't avoid the queen trade. That's a draw.
Wait, queen d6, bishop d6, rook c6?
Rook fd8.
And then, I don't have nothing.
Because the bishop h2 trick.
Yeah, it tricked me. Rook d1, bishop h2. Yeah.
Yeah, what a tactical...
That's a very
game.
long line. Very
Yeah.
long, very.
And if it's
All
only
forced.
moves for either side, you have to double, triple check. What if you blunder? You're done.
Yeah.
Wait, is queen g7 a thing?
Somebody in
Someone in
chat
chat.
thinks there's a good moment to play queen g7 in there.
Yeah, right on
Queen
queen
g7.
d6.
Wait, what?
Oh, that would be amazing, dude. Okay. I know what they're saying.
Yeah, because queen
Okay,
g7,
so b5. Boom.
you got rook g3,
Boom. Boom. Boom.
you
Yeah.
got a windmill.
Get out of here.
But is it more than draw?
Wait, after b5?
No, that line with queen d6.
Oh, so c3, rook c3, queen g6. Oh,
Yeah. Queen
G7, king
right
G7.
there.
Rook g3, double check. King h7 is forced. Rook
Yeah.
g7, king h8. And then rook
And
f7.
Rook f7,
Yeah.
you gotta
We
draw.
can't
it.
win. We just have rook
Everything's
f7.
Oh,
defended.
that would be a beautiful draw.
Spectacular.
Oh, Nipo would sign up for that draw.
Sign up for it.
Give me that draw, he says. Well, he's not a content creator as Hikaru, unfortunately, so
Yeah.
Hikaru would be more happy. Maybe he'll switch games.
Okay, queen d4 on the board. So right now, white's a pawn down if he doesn't go bishop b2.
You see the cam. Oh, Nipo left again.
Yeah, he left again. Gave him some funny looks, goes knight c4, leaves the board. Now he's gonna come back to queen takes d4, give him some more funny looks.
I mean, Abbasov's got half an hour, right? He should be able to figure this out.
Yeah.
He should already have it figured out, I think, right? They kind
Yeah,
of
but you
have
need to double, triple check every time.
Yeah.
Because this is one of those positions that you can't afford to make a mistake. Yeah, that's the beauty. I think if you have a eval bar in this position, it's a huge tell, right?
It tells everything.
Or it's like
Immediately.
the entire story.
That's
So if there is no engine bar, we're struggling because every move is like such sharp calculation.
Mhm.
Whereas the engine bar, you know, one side could easily be better or winning, and then there is some kind of spectacular shot we're missing.
All right, we've got a suggestion from Josh. He just asks, this looks horribly stupid. Bishop b2, b5, knight a3.
Don't do it, boss.
Hmm.
Don't do it.
The knight
Hey.
is on the rim.
It's a
But-
classical game. In a critical position, we can look at anything.
No, I'm
Legal.
just saying. I'm just saying. Okay.
So if you go rook c8, reinforcing your knight, Friedel's going to take on b5.
Oh, so knight a3 has a threat.
I know
It's
I
got
show
two
another line.
threats.
If knight e4 for black, white can take on d4, knight g3, rook g3, and then bishop a3, bishop takes g7 or rook g7 or something. But that should be good for
Ooh.
white too.
Yeah.
After bishop b2, b5 is the only move? Is it the only move?
Looks like the only one.
Only one we've seen yet.
Nipo is snacking on something.
Oh yeah, dude, he's been eating the whole
Oh,
time.
he's getting
He
hot.
was-
He's getting hot.
He was eating earlier.
Oh yeah. Oh shoot. Knight A3, dude, maybe. That wasn't on my bingo card. Uh-oh. So Eugene, did you get access to those amazing snacks back in the back?
Yeah, what's the snack situation?
Yeah, it's pretty good. In the VIP lounge,
Uh-huh.
it's free food, so you can snack, you can get drinks. I got some hot tea. They had the taco situation going there, like lots of different dressings for it.
Taco bar.
Had some fruit, some dessert. Nakamura's wife was there too.
You guys, I have an idea after knight A3.
Abasov hit him with an instant move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
B5 immediately.
Not
Okay,
giving
check
him
it
the
out.
chance to
Knight
get more
A3.
snacks. Cruel.
Knight
Neep
A3.
was like, "Where is my time to go snack?"
Let me play rook FE8.
Rook. Fe8.
Yeah.
On knight a3.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the intention is if rook C3, then I'm going to play bishop A3, B4.
Good
Mhm.
lord. Living dangerously, Jesse.
Though I don't know, there's rook C4 there. I just noticed that a little problem. That might be the end of my line.
Oh yeah. That's simple. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, knight a3 is one of those moves that one can overlook easily. Maybe Abasov missed it.
Oh yeah, or just bishop b2 back. Yeah, as Josh pointed out. Yeah, so
Wait, what if
bishop
he just
c3.
takes the knight on a3? Isn't that the most obvious move? Takes
Well,
the
isn't
knight
bishop
on
takes
Bishop
C3 the
C-
end of
Bishop
all of our
takes c3,
tokenomics?
and there's nothing
Mhm.
to it. Yeah.
Thank you, Challenger. Thank you. Happy 4 years, everyone. Eugene, we're celebrating 4 years of Dojo this weekend.
Oh, congrats! By the way, did you know that it's 100 years of FIDE also?
How about that?
Less
Everything's
of
happening
an
this
important
weekend.
milestone. But, you know.
The only reason
61
I
years.
know is because when FIDE interviewed me in the VIP lounge, they're like, "Oh, we're celebrating 100 years." I'm like, "Oh, I didn't know that." So they're like, "What would you wish us?" They put me on the spot.
Happy birthday? Or new management? Those are your choices?
Yeah, I tried to be. I put myself in a fan shoes, and I said more tournaments in North America.
You guys, how about this? Knight A3, Queen D6.
Queen D6 was my move, Jesse.
Oh, that's your move. How come
Yeah,
you-
I was just thinking about Queen D6 as we were
Hey, I
talking.
said it first, buddy. It's my move.
I know, but I was thinking about it. Because there's B4 at the end, right?
Yeah.
Trick.
These guys,
you're
Eugene,
both
they
already grandmasters. You don't need it.
they took credit for knight d5 from Caruana when I suggested it, and they hadn't even thought of it. And then they were just like, "Okay, you've convinced me." And then when he played it, they said, "We got the point."
Oh, no.
No, Queen D6 saves the day, dude. For a
Wait,
second
but-
there, it was looking like Knight A3 was winning.
What's going
If
on?
that's the only move, that's going to be hard.
What's going on
Who
Rook
else is gonna play rook
c3?
takes c3 against it?
Okay, on Rook C3, I have a basic move, and I just play Bishop takes A3.
Bishop a3.
Very basic.
Oh, yeah, Bishop A3 is the point, right, of Queen D6.
Yeah. Yeah. Who is better?
So wait, Queen D6. I don't have
Queen D-
time for knight takes B5 because queen takes G3, rook takes G3, knight E2 trick.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't see any problems with Queen D6. Looks like a draw, guys.
And after queen d6, bishop c3, what's the move?
Lots of moves.
Okay.
Yeah, the easy one is Queen G3.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Rook G3 to talk to G7. Then I take on C3.
and
Rook
B4.
B4.
Mm-hmm.
That's the simplest, I would say.
A knight on rim is very dim.
Yeah.
Queen
So
d6.
what was the line after Rook C3?
Rook d3 actually just fails to knight e2 check, and white loses the queen with check.
Rook
So
c3.
rook
Rook
c3.
c3.
Sorry.
Oh, guys, do we have
was
that
pawn
same
take.
draw? Rook c3, bishop a3, queen g7. King g7, rook g3, king h7, rook g7. King h8, but the bishop on b2 is under
doesn't
attack.
work, right? Yeah, because the
Yeah.
bishop here is
Tricky.
very tricky.
Yeah.
So that's an important one not to blunder for Nepo.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Intense
he has
position.
immediate draw with rook c3 if he wants, so he's not in danger here of anything.
Oh yeah, he has a draw at least several different ways.
Knight a3, surprisingly challenging move though. Like,
Yeah.
you wouldn't expect that.
Okay, let me take a look at his body language.
Have we looked at knight e5 yet?
No. But it blocks all
But
the
we would
diagonal
think-
stuff. Yeah.
We would think that by analogy with other positions we've looked at, that like rook ae8 might be okay, but there's knight f7, king h7, knight e5. No, we don't know for sure.
Oh, I'm reading his lips. He says take, 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 take.
That's how he's calculating?
Yep.
Is he saying take, 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 or biot, biot, biot?
Well, he's got this kind of sour face. He's like, I calculated to draw
Mm-hmm.
Pabil.
the-
I think he says Pabil, Pabil, Pabil. It's like a
Pabil,
Russian
Pabil.
take.
Pabil.
I think I'm maybe misreading it, but
That's
based
how
on like the timing of his lip movements.
Well, a lot of people were asking me about the etymology of coconuts, and similar vein. The way I came up with tacos was from the Russians going tak tak tak, and so I just turned that into tacos. So it's
Oh, that's pretty good.
like it's gonna be a draw here.
Hey, Eugene,
Yeah.
you're a
So-
real Nepo whisperer.
Yeah, you are.
I am, right?
So Friedel's telling us that against knight e5, Abasov could go a fairly simple rook a c8 supporting the knight and just
Yeah.
Just
pull
chill.
stuff together. Kind
That
of.
would have been my first thought as well. Just defend the horse and,
You're up a pawn.
you know. Is there anything?
So there is a camera linked to all the players.
Yeah, if you go to the FIDE YouTube, they have a individual stream for every board.
Oh, nice.
Which, yeah, I got to give them props for that. It's a very good.
Yeah, that's amazing. Because this is much better viewer experience than what I had being up there in the balcony.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna make a couple pronouncements. I think Ali Race is like a hair better against Prague.
Mm-hmm.
I think Vidit's a little worse against Gukesh. I think it's probably equal with Fabi and Hikaru, but I'd rather be Fabi. And then our present game, I'm calling that one drawn with him. I think we're gonna see Rook C3 in that drawn variation.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see Gukesh's game in today's stream.
Oh yeah, we looked a little bit.
Should
We
we
look
go to
fine.
Gukesh? Let Jan
Sure, we
think
can look
about
at
this
Gukesh.
one. Ooh, okay. What do we have? So we had D4, Queen E8, Rook A1.
I call Queen E8. Thank you.
I called Rook A1.
Yeah, it was called it. Yeah.
C4, Queen A8, H3. And yeah, Gukesh is invading on... Wait, but hold on. But Gukesh offered a silent draw here just now. He went Rook A2, Queen D3, Rook A3, and Vidit went Queen B1. Or he didn't wait for the draw offer. He just went Queen B1 straight away.
That doesn't mean that Black was going to go for it. And, I do think that you should always repeat no matter what.
Right. That's the Soviet school of chess.
Soviet school, yeah.
If he had gone back to c2, there's a pretty good chance that it would have played that Gukesh would have played queen a4. Like he hadn't had that exact position yet because his rook was coming from a5, so he was making more room.
Right.
Well, let me evaluate like a GM right here. Isn't black just better here?
Black is clearly better, guys.
Yeah.
There we
Thought
go.
Have an
so.
open file, and your opponent has no counterplay. And e4 is tender.
And
E4 is a little bit weak, right?
So I think that's evaluate like a GM, correct eval.
Yeah.
Nice.
Also, the knights are not getting anywhere. F5, D5. How are you gonna get the knights to the outpost? I mean,
knight h4 to f5.
yeah, knight h4, e4 is a little.
Knight h4, I think you probably
Just
just
take
like
and take.
d6. Yeah.
Oh, maybe
What can you
g6.
take? What can you take after knight h4?
No, never mind. I thought you can take e takes d, but e4 is well protected.
Yeah.
That's no, g6 is probably the simplest. King g7 is next.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, g6 is what I would vote for. Just keep things simple.
Oh,
I mean,
Nepo
white
put his
can
head in his
double.
hands. Oh, Nepo's doing that sleepy pose, trying to conjure up something.
He's calculating blindfold. I think he's looking at that queen g7, rook g3, rook g7 position.
How can I be drawing to this chump?
Oh yeah. This is a pose that I've accepted the draw for.
Dang.
Knight h4 played.
Yeah.
Look at him shaking his head, smiling.
I think I also predicted
Mhm.
correctly what Gukesh would have done against queen c2. He wouldn't have repeated. I mean, he played queen a4 even when it didn't get him a tempo. So
Oh, he's...
Yeah, he's not afraid of knight f5. That's just one piece. Now, by the way, like to me, g6 would be, let's call it the prudent way of playing this position.
mm-hmm.
And Gukesh, dude, like knight f2 against Fallujah, he's like, I'm all in.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
Yeah, he's like knight f5. You have no threats.
Yeah. Like he could potentially play rook a8, knight f5, rook a1, right? That would be a Gukesh.
Mhm. That would be
Maybe he can even sack with knight f5, g6, knight h6, king g7.
maybe, yeah.
That's also very Gukesh. I gotta say, like, we could grind out this endgame, or we could just sack a pawn.
That rook a8, rook a1 is pretty tasty, dude.
Yeah.
It's pretty tasty.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Kind
maybe-
of, I feel like Gukesh is outplaying Vidit. That's my feel.
Oh, yeah.
This game, yeah.
One thing about knight h4 too is as white you're just suffering, so you might as well just try to do something,
Yeah.
just something.
Yeah. And to Vidit's credit, he's been suffering much more quickly the last few moves than earlier.
Well, he doesn't got that much time to suffer.
Yeah. But, in some other games, he might have, spent another 20 minutes on these moves.
Ooh,
Rook a8, we called it. David called that one. Excuse me. I got to give credit where credit's due.
Gukesh, no fear.
Let's go, Gukesh!
Eugene, actually, I was thinking, Jan has like some of the most amazing facial expressions. They're not as amazing as Korchnoi's were, but they have a little bit in common. And I'm wondering, do you think it's a specifically Russian thing to do the face expression, like Kasparov too, dude? The amazing
Dude,
Like,
Nepo
no,
is he's
Yeah.
talking a full speech right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Like whole mouth is like moving.
Yeah. I mean, I think Nepo and Hikaru, they both have this emotion going through their face. Kasparov was
Kasparov
the
was a
same
big
way.
one,
Karpov
right?
was very stoic. Karpov was like zero emotion.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just such a tasty position for Gukesh. Just rook a8, rook a1. I mean,
Can you read their body language?
Yeah.
Gukesh and Vidit?
Gukesh and Vidit.
Put that stuff
he's,
in the chat. Put that in the chat.
Yes, here you go.
Put that link.
Here you go, guys. So Vidit is he's moving back and forth like I'm doing with my chair.
Yeah.
He's just kind of he's swiveling. Gukesh.
Oh, that's called the nervous swivel. He's extremely nervous.
Swivel.
Yeah,
You're just making this up.
I am.
No hesitation. I am.
See, this is what I'm saying, man. The
stoic.
Indians don't do the facial expressions like the Russians do.
They don't need to rely on these tricks. They're good at calculation. They're good at defense.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
controlled.
It's the speaking as a Soviet. It's the Soviet in me. It's like I gotta trick this guy.
Hmm.
I like Prague too, man. When he was doing that hectic knight f7 to Jan, no emotion at all. I would be jumping out of my seat, man, pacing all over the place, going to eat some snacks.
Yeah.
Those
Can you
delicious
imagine
cake
if
snacks in the back.
Nepo played the knight of 7? You'd totally be given just like, you didn't know this, boss? Just not on your prep, boss? It's not on your prep? You didn't prep this? It's too bad. Looks pretty dangerous. Going on and on.
But also, like Nepo and Naka, when they know it's a draw, they make this like an extremely
Yeah.
like they act it up, like, oh God, like blah blah blah. I can't believe it's a draw, like, and then like the game is over, they're all happy.
Yeah, they go full Hollywood.
Yep.
Let me make a case that with this knight f5, okay, that if you go rook a1 now, we could see a mass trade, and then white could claim play with knight e7 to d5.
We just trade it, and that's the end of the play.
Check, king f8, knight d5.
Right.
Knight takes d5, David's saying.
Right. And then, I'm assuming ed.
Ed.
Yeah.
And then the claim is like maybe white's not lost.
Yeah, well, I never said it was lost. It's just
Well,
bad.
me and Eugene were both of the camp that white had done transgressions and that it was bad. In fact, king f8 right
Okay.
there. Gukesh doesn't care.
Wow,
He's not
king
letting you in.
f8?
He's not letting you
I
in.
was gonna suggest
Wow.
that. Damn it. I was like, what is
That's
king
a
f8?
tough
Just
move.
just slide over.
I
Yeah.
thought about it, but it's balls of steel.
Yeah,
This
very
kid is a
ballsy.
maximalist. He is so confident. Oh
I
man.
mean, his position is beautiful. He's got queen lined up, rook.
By the way, that position at the end after the whole knight d5 thing, I think I found an approach I like for black, which is you go rook a3, hitting the e pawn, and white plays some limpy move with the rook, right? And then
Yeah.
you go rook to d3, attacking d4 and e3 at the same time, and white's just in hell.
Yeah, I agree. I think that even that endgame looked really bad for white.
I'm
Rook
in
ef1
hell.
on the board, which I think is very logical
Mm-hmm.
because he
So
kind of
if rook
setting up some.
a1, what's that?
Rook f1, he wants to keep queens on the board, I think.
Queen d3?
Yeah.
And he's implying some knight h6 threat at some point.
It's just an implication, though, isn't it?
It's just an implication, yeah. But maybe if the queen gets to f1, then maybe it becomes a real thing.
Okay. Yeah. So rook a1, queen d3. That's a thought.
Right.
And then what? I have to take on f1?
You don't have to.
You could play queen b4.
Queen b4 isn't dumb. Queen a3 is also a thought.
Oh yeah,
A
queen
rook
a3.
a1 comes.
I think queen a3 is his cup of tea.
So queen d3 is more or less forced?
It would be a miracle if knight b3 were a good move, right? A miracle.
And what we're saying, right, is queen a1 is like a very bad endgame, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, every Soviet schoolboy knows what is the series.
So queen d3 comes. Well, we're calling it today, my friends. And now
Wow, every move, Jesse.
every move. Now the issue I would have here with black is like, well, basically, how afraid am I, right? Like
Yeah.
queen a3, queen e2, something like
queen
queen
E2.
c3. I mean, that king f8, he's like, I can take anything you throw at me, man. I'm not sure you can though. Like the queen gets over there, I'm a little nervous.
Yeah. No, we don't have much force count on the king side as black here.
So what? Queen A3. What do you play?
Queen E2.
Queen B2.
E2.
And then I
Oh,
play Queen
you want
B2.
to go Queen B2. I'm assuming Queen F3. I just want to play Queen G3 to start the
Right.
pawn.
Yeah, this is exactly what White should be doing. Shifting everyone over to the kings.
So like, yeah, Black needs a way to mess with him right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's also one of the drawbacks of taking an F1. I can take also with the knight and then knight G3. I don't know, or queen.
Oh, I definitely want to take. Oh, I guess you could take with the knight too. I was thinking the queen, but
Queen
yeah,
maybe,
you could
yeah.
take it with the knight.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I think you wouldn't want Gukesh as your student, as like a chess teacher. That's the kind of student that's going to shorten your lifespan dramatically.
He's making me nervous.
I get your point, but at the same time, I would kill to have Gukesh as my student. Are you kidding me? Be
He's the
tweeting
youngest
photos of them every day.
participant.
Go Gukesh.
Well, time pressure is looming, right?
Yeah.
Because there's no increment.
So one thing we were talking about, Eugene, we did this podcast yesterday with Hammer, and you know, people want us to give us a sense of where people stand, and we were I had this idea like we could do our human evaluations, and it would show. You could put yours up, and it could show like a dojo average. You know, you
Right.
see where everyone stands. Anyways, if we were to do that, I would have said that Black was clearly better where I asked you. Because it seemed like Black was doing great. But now, if I had to do a little eval bar, right now it just seems unclear to me because I don't see a path for Black to prevent the queen, let's say the vampire coming to the wedding, right? The vampire wants to come over there and just mess with us. And if she gets to like G3, oh no.
G6 is a weakness.
Yeah. And I'm like, what are my pieces doing on the A file? What was it, Mouse? What was it?
Yeah. Oof.
And after knight H4, like rook A8 was the ballsy move, but me and Eugene were just like, nope, dude, G6. Just play G6.
Yeah, you allowed counterplay.
I think rook A1 was so clear. So clear. When it forced the queens off, then there's really nothing to care about from Black.
Yeah, I just want to go back to that moment because I'm a bit confused. So, when Gukesh played King F8, he could have gone Rook A1. Rook on E1 is hanging. So, endgame is absolutely forced, right?
Yeah.
And then I think we were right that his concern was definitely the knight E7 move.
Right, because King F8 was stopping that.
Yeah. So
knight E7, knight C6.
You could go both knight C6 and knight D5. They're honestly both a little bit annoying.
Knight C6, rook E1. What's annoying about knight C6?
By the way, I don't know if Gukesh is meditating. He closed his eyes.
Ooh.
Now he opened again.
Maybe he's tired. Maybe he had math homework to do on the rest of the day.
Math homework.
I think he's saying, "Why didn't I go Rook A1 when I had the chance?"
Why did I allow this?
Yeah, because all those endgames look, nice for Black. He made a move, Queen B4.
It looked like he played Queen B4 based on his body language.
Okay. So Queen B4 is played. And maybe this is what we're looking for.
Okay, so knight H6 is never a threat.
So let's say the obvious. The intention is to say that on Queen E2, we're going to pin your knight, and then you cannot talk to our coconuts.
But you pin it with the rook on A1, right?
I guess so. But the idea is
otherwise your construction is freaky.
Yeah. It's creaky as it is. To be fair, I mean, it's getting a little loopy over there.
So wait, is the plan against knight H6 just rook F1 or also GH? Both work, right?
Both work, yeah.
Okay.
Especially rook f1 now.
Mm-hmm. So that means the question is, what do you do as white?
Queen e2.
Queen e2 is the only reasonable move. But still, what's your next move? Queen f3?
Queen f3.
And then queen
Queen
g3.
g3.
I don't know. It feels like awfully too many moves to create one thread. In my book, probably black has to be better based on that.
Yeah, like you
Yeah,
get the
this
queen
would
to
help us.
d3
This
and-
would kind of like confirm our original intuition that he was fine all along. But okay,
Right.
I'm nervous. I'm just gonna say I'm nervous that queen cruising over there, man. He's got to be traumatized too at that queen b3 thing.
So queen a2, rook 8 to a2.
Rook
Yeah.
8 to a2.
Oh, you want the eighth rook? Okay.
It's a big question of which one we want, right?
Probably doesn't matter which one. I'm guessing black is better either way. Because whenever
Wow.
one pair of rooks get traded, the pressure lessens dramatically.
Yeah, actually, maybe black can consider rook f1 on queen e2.
Exactly. And then no matter how you take, I invade with the rook to a2 or a1.
Oh, because if the knight takes, you've got knight e4.
Yeah, I think e4 is hanging.
Mm-hmm. And
And
if
then
queen
if
takes
queen
rook a2.
f1, rook a2 comes with tempo.
Yeah, this looks horrible.
Hmm.
All right, so looks like he's got under control.
He's got
Yeah, okay, so he's still okay.
Why did I doubt you, Gukesh? Why did I doubt
Never
you? man?
doubt
Well, because
Gukesh.
of the last game that you watched him play. I mean, that's in all our minds.
Yeah.
And I have to say, like, he does not appear traumatized by the last game because he's out here playing moves like King F8 again, which is like this game's version of Knight F2.
He had a
And
nice
every
rest.
other move he played that
All
game.
right, he just showed the big tile, guys. I don't know if you
Oh.
watched the camera.
Yeah, what do you do?
He leaned back, hands crossed. That's a huge tell. I'm comfortable. I'm better.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you got to do a whole video series on these tells.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just naturally good at this.
Dude, people will watch that. Evaluate the body language.
Okay, so we got him.
Oh, there comes the nervous wibble. From, do you see that?
From Vidit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
And that jump, you see how he's like a little bit jumping up and down? Not
Mhm.
jumping, but like that movement.
He's bouncing.
This nervous movement.
Gukesh definitely looks calm, dude. No one's pulling faces like Nepo, though.
We should do without looking at the position. Just show me the people, and I can do the eval bar based on that. How about that, Jesse?
Oh, yeah.
That should be its own show.
Yeah.
By the way, that line with Jan basically happened, and it looks like we've achieved the equality that we expected.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
but he didn't go queen d6, which
You
looks
went
like a clear
bishop
draw,
d6,
but
where
bishop
we had
d6.
queen d6, right?
Yeah, queen
Oh.
d6, but this bishop d6 looks fine too. Jan played queen f3, meaning he doesn't have nothing.
Oh, yeah. Queen f3 is nothing.
He played queen f3?
I don't see
Oh, he
queen
did.
f3 yet, but if he did, there would be queen f4, right?
Queen f4 is the most natural. 'cause
I'm
you
looking
gotta-
at the stream.
yeah.
that goes-
Yeah,
Queen is
the
definitely
web
on f3.
cam. Mhm.
Chess.com hasn't caught up yet. You guys are saying queen f4.
Yeah, he's about.
Eugene, we've
Yeah.
got a couple of people talking to you in the chats. In one chat,
Oh,
we've
let me
got
see.
somebody asking if you play poker.
No, actually, I barely know the rules of poker.
Okay. And in the other
But
chat, we've got
But the funny part, speaking about poker, once my friend invited me to like a friendly poker game, maybe 20 people,
yeah.
and I got second place.
Hey, that happened.
And
to me
I was
too.
like asking for the rules during the tournament. So I was reading people pretty good.
You're a
There you
reader,
go.
man.
Yeah, you can use these skills for good.
Yeah,
Oh my
maybe
God,
guys,
you-
I should switch careers, become a poker player.
There you go.
Yeah.
We should switch to Fabi because Fabi burned a bunch of time, but maybe he's better now. I don't know. Dude tanked, and he tanked, and then we should look at this knight
Oh,
f4
wow,
ambitious,
13 minutes.
and then Naka, Naka like blazes out h4, queen d5. I mean, just chump GM look at the position feels that black is better here.
Okay, so
Why-
real quick. So H4, his
What's
idea
going
was
on with
queen
queen takes
H4,
four?
rook E4,
G5.
and you got to go G5, and it's a little awkward for black.
H4 was not the most natural thing, though.
Well, the thing about this knight f4, I don't like that he spent 19 minutes on that one move. I think he was too relaxed earlier, and he didn't like something.
Mm-hmm.
Knight f4 is not a natural move. He's entering some complications.
Well, he's talking to the D5 square, boss. It's not a weird move.
Yeah, I guess like what's your alternative to knight f4?
It is weird, definitely, that he thought 20 minutes on knight f4. 20
I thought he was
minutes.
going to play bishop d5. So
Yeah, bishop d5, he clearly didn't like something. Maybe I just double?
Let me just say h4, I don't get it. And queen d5, logical. Isn't black better? I might be missing something here. I don't know. Maybe knight e4 is Naka's intention. Let's just say, guys, this is Fabi's got a minute to move now. That's a minute to move.
Oh yeah, this is gonna get sharp.
So queen d5 is on the board. Bishop e4 seems quite automatic for me. What about you guys?
Well, knight e4
That
is
was my
also.
first thought. But knight
Mm,
E4
yeah.
makes
Bishop
sense too.
e4, though, I don't feel threatened by bishop e4.
Queen d6, right? Or queen d7?
One of those moves, yeah.
Mhm.
Probably d7.
he also has rook f3.
No, boss, don't do it to yourself. Maybe.
It's concrete. I mean, it's a maybe. Wait, is there a cool trap? If you play knight h5, then bishop e4, queen a5, b4.
There's no queen a5 because the queen's
Oh,
on
queen b4, queen b5, a4. Do you lose your queen? I mean, your piece? Yeah, rook f3. What do you play?
Rook f3. I was laughing at Bruce. I was like, what are you doing dislocating your stuff, Bruce?
Well,
It's very concrete though, because knight has no good squares.
Well, I mean,
he's
the
got
other
g6.
square I got
right?
is g5. I can play g5.
You can't play g5.
If Bruce can play rook f3, I can freaking play g5, boss.
Yeah, but you're going to get hurt, boss, after hg, knight e4. Talking to all your stuff at once.
Oh, there you go. You guys are taken from each other.
Yeah. And someone in chat asked about knight takes g2, rook e4, knight takes g2, bishop e4, and
Wait, rook
I
E4
don't-
knight G2 or rook F3
rook,
knight
rook
G2?
f3, rook f3,
Yeah, rook
knight
F3 knight G2.
g2.
Can you
bishop
put the link
E4
of
right
Naka
away.
in the chat? They
Yeah,
want me
put the
to
link
do
in Naka.
Yeah.
face. I'll give you Naka face.
Yeah, let's get the body language eval on the Naka Fabi game.
That's
I
gonna
think-
be a fun one.
I think black would go back knight g6.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, there we go, yeah. Oh, he's looking. Oh, yeah, Fabi's nervous, dude. Uh-oh.
Oh, Naka is high intensity focus mode.
High intensity focus,
He's got
yeah.
intuition. He's looking for some tactics. This is his like, I'm about to set up a trap for you face. He's trying to find the trap. But he doesn't see anything.
I always
Oh,
get nervous.
he's like, oh, by the way, he's aware that Nepo is drawing. See, he just looked that way.
Oh.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want to take too many chances, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
overall, it's a
I
big
can't.
result
I
for the
can't read
tournament.
Fabi's body language that he's nervous. I don't know how Jesse got that.
Well, he's got to be nervous. He has 13 minutes.
Yeah, buddy.
Well, but he's not showing it. Let's put it that way.
And he's threatening mate in one. Like, what if Naka just grabs his A1 rook by accident? You know, it's just game over on the spot.
Fabi would lean in real close and say, welcome to the dojo. Okay, wait a second. So rook f3, they just played knight g6. You guys are freaking me out with this rook f3 thing. Let's go
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, just
Oh,
knight
Naka is
g6. I told you
calculating
that.
like a crazy maniac. You see those eyes
Yeah,
darting back and forth?
yeah.
That's a calculation.
Very
Eyes.
He's
fast.
super, super, super fast at that.
Yeah.
Exactly. So his
Yeah.
is like take, but multiply, speed up my voice by 10.
Actually, you can see his eyes, dude. Every eye movement is a move.
Yep.
So what was the Russian word was takes was pribble or something like that?
Побил, побил.
Pabil? Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, he's going pabils in there just with his eyes.
So rook f3, knight g6, h5,
Maybe knight h4.
knight e7.
Knight h4, yeah, could be annoying.
Knight h4. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think rook f3
And
is
then queen d3.
Maybe on knight g6, queen d3. But it's not clear if queen h7 actually leads to mate.
Also, after knight g6 is like, do I want to take on g6 with the bishop
I
or
don't
no?
think so, man. I don't think so.
Yeah, that doesn't feel quite.
Maybe we could play knight f5 against knight g6.
Maybe, but it's pretty abstract. There's no threat.
Mm-hmm. Plus, I can take on f5.
Yeah.
Then I take by rook.
Yeah, queen just drops. You have two weaknesses, d4, h4, and knight against bishop. Hard to
I
generate.
think Naka sees the win here. Maybe.
No, he doesn't see anything.
Dismissed.
He doesn't see
I think
diddly
you got
squat.
I think too on knight e4. I'm sorry, but like rook ad8, just simple chess, and you know, talk to his coconuts.
So the basic move is just back to bishop e4, right? I mean, that's the basic.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything. That's the problem.
I
Like
mean,
the
it
bishop
avoids
and the
mate in-
knight.
It avoids mate in one, and then you come up with something else.
Oh, he's about to play it.
Yeah.
Wait, rook went? I think rook went.
Rook e4.
Rook
Rook
e4.
went
There
to
you go.
e4.
No one I didn't predict that one. No one did.
No, me neither.
So this.
All right, so let's make sure nobody is gonna play g5 here for black.
Yeah.
Now we're probably gonna play knight g6, but I just want to entertain that knight g. No, don't even think about knight g2, please. Don't even think about it.
Chat wanted knight g2, Jesse. So just tell us, why should we never look at knight g2 here?
I think rook e5 is the easy answer.
Okay.
But hilariously,
There's
actually,
knight h4.
knight h4, dude.
Yeah.
Just move
Yeah.
back to g6, Fabi.
Yeah.
Don't mess with knight g2, buddy. Trust me. Don't go there.
Yeah. I was gonna go rook e5, queen
Yeah,
f3,
he went
bishop
back to
d1,
g6.
and then knight h4.
Keep it simple, Fabi. Keep it simple.
Yeah,
bud.
rook e4, knight g6.
By the way, Naka, rook in the center, big shit.
But see, guys, Naka made the big mistake. Because he should have had a move planned. He should have blitzed
He's
out.
got a move plan.
Okay,
He's got
there
a
you
move. Here
go.
it
Okay,
comes.
okay, yeah. I just want to double check. He
Naka
shouldn't be
knows.
going into a deep thing.
But what
Nice.
Eugene means is, if you play h4 like that, you should have like a plan for the next move. It's a pretty forcing move. Like, not a big surprise if black plays queen d5, threatening mate.
Or knight g6, yeah.
But on queen
Okay,
d5,
Fabian?
white had multiple, like there was bishop e4 and then these like sharper options.
I don't know. I don't know what to play for Fabi here.
But honestly, is white threatening anything? No, right?
Maybe at some point some h5 business.
And then I can always go knight e7 or knight f8, either one.
Ah, but then if knight e7, rook e5, queen d3.
No, like I'm saying, they told me in school that on a knight on f8, I can't get mated. So like the default move here could be rook ad8 for black.
Right.
Mhm.
And h5.
Knight f8.
And a fade. Maybe it feels like something is off for
I
black. I
think
don't
we're
know
having
quite.
DGT issues because normally we don't get like they made several moves, but the board is
Yeah.
still on H4 Queen D5.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Fabi
It's
just
pretty
plays it nice
fast.
and cool with knight f8 immediately. Nice and cool. He's
And
saying, buddy,
the DGTs in the women's candidates show two people as having just run out of time with 30-second
Oh,
increment,
that's not good.
including one person flagged instead of recapturing a piece, which
Seems unlikely.
very hard to imagine. Like literally, your opponent captures your piece on c5, B pawn needs to recapture.
So he proactively played knight f8, anticipating h5.
Yeah, in fact, every single game is
Yeah,
just
it's
flagging in the women's
D5
section. All the DGT boards are down.
Harmonious game. Still
okay,
Queen.
So we
Let
got to
me
just watch
say-
the video because that's the only way we can
Yeah.
get the information.
well, we can put it
Guessing
on our
moves?
board too, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to just say, if white doesn't have anything, black is just better now. But maybe knight f5 now?
I'll be back.
hmm
Knight f5 walking into the queen, taking it, right? And then rook
Right.
e6, explosive.
Right. Now, knight f5 is very speculative because it's dependent on the belief that like knight h6 soon is actually going to do something, or rook e5 and then knight h6 is going to do something. But it's not 100% that it actually does anything.
Right. Oh, they just made a move on the Nepo board. I hadn't seen any move played on any board in a long time.
Okay, but that one looks very. In fact, we basically had this position in our Queen D6 line.
Yeah, this is known as.
Oh, boards are updating. All right.
Yeah,
here we go.
I just mean the boards are updating. We're
Oh,
getting moves entered in on
Oh.
every board rather quickly.
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, we're back to the live board. That's good.
Oh.
Good job, FIDE.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nepo Abasov, they're in this endgame now.
That's
oh,
a
yeah,
job.
the Gukesh game
That's
also
a job.
heating up.
Yeah, the
So-
Gukesh game is the one that may have heated up the most during
It's
that
looking like a draw. Yeah, let's go to Gukesh.
delay.
C5
So,
feels like desperation,
Queen
but here he
B4,
comes with
he
BC
traded
knight
C4.
C4.
Follow the hotness bar.
oh boy. Yeah, spiciness going up.
Someone needs to tell me what the idea is, though.
Or maybe Faruja sat down on Vidit's board and made a move. Like C5.
He's trying to put some kind of pressure on E5 or something.
Queen E1, rook E2.
Oh
immediately.
God, Gukesh is
Wait.
just a beast.
Isn't
He
this
didn't-
is White's not getting mated here? Queen H4.
He didn't go for B5. He didn't go for D4. He just said, while you're fighting over center pawns. Oh my God.
No, we got it. Eugene, we gotta watch the Vidit Gukesh game.
Let me
Very
check that out.
sharp.
I mean, I like Queen B1, but he's gonna
Queen
go
B1.
Queen G1.
Oh wow, he went c5 and trying
Queen
to
B1.
But this looks so bad for White. Knight H5 check coming, then the second knight comes. You have Rook F1. Isn't this
Knight
mate?
H5, King H4, second knight to F6, defending the knight. Okay, I'm convinced.
Just bring
Good enough for
the,
me.
bring the horses in.
Bring two horses.
Wait,
So
which
the
position are
party-
you looking at?
Vidit game.
Stampede.
Vidit Gukesh. We're thinking Queen
So
G1
Wait, rook e2 is on the.
on the board. Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
so queen g1.
yeah. King G3.
Yeah, knight
Knight
h5.
H5 check.
Mhm.
If King H4, let's say Knight 7 F6, Knight DF6, threatening
G5.
G5.
Oh man.
It's a hard move to stop. I mean,
I mean,
Knight
how could
takes-
you not play queen g1, knight h5? It's hard not to.
knight takes H6.
Gukesh showing a lot of restraint.
Come on, Gukesh, show everybody the greatness of you. He's
All right,
gonna
dude's got impulse control, man. Here we go.
got impulse control. He's not bashing it out.
Oh, he's making a little head nod. He's made a little head nod.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
he's
mean,
nodding
That's the
like
most
he's
emotion
just
you're
seen
gonna see
like
from that guy.
the whole line.
Oh, he's nervous.
If there were an eval bar, folks, it would be all black. You would see
Yep, there it
nothing
is.
but
Queen
black.
G1. Welcome to the dojo.
This is great for me. I got money on this game. Go Gukesh.
Well,
The
especially
money-
what a recovery from the previous loss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the money should already be on its way, Kostya.
Yeah, if he wins
This is like
game,
a mate, dude. It's not even a thing. It's just like mate.
and the thing is, like, white is utterly, like, hopeless, regardless.
Maybe you got to try knight h5, king h4, knight 7 f6, knight h6.
That's the only move that avoids instant mate. But
But what's the follow up? Like takes?
You don't get mated instantly.
the follow-up is you're not mated.
That's it. So
I guess, and then D takes E, and then try to like
Yeah,
somehow...
something. That's what he's
Okay.
working out right now.
okay,
That's what
yeah,
he's
yeah.
like, just trying to convince himself. That
But
it's
I think
totally
queen h2 at the end, ef6, queen g3 check, king h5, queen g5.
cool. I think he'll find that.
Matanovich.
Matanovich.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
G5 score is still highlighted on my board for some reason. I don't know why. Chess.com predicting the
Yeah.
final square.
Jason says if you're white in this game, you're looking around, you're like, oh, black's under my bed, in my closet, he's on the roof, he's in the backseat of my car. Just everywhere.
Oh,
Knight takes
he's
h6, queen h2 was a suggestion. So chat doesn't even take the horse. And they might be right.
Queen H2, yeah, it looks pretty.
Okay, knight h5 check.
Bringing the king out. Yes. Oh, this got vicious. I would have just cleaned up the pawns. I would have never done this.
But Vidit doesn't look like a person who's about to resign after knight f6. Like, does he have a move? What's happening?
The horses have been placed in their stables.
All right, I'm gonna be doing the recaps for USCF game analysis. This maybe is gonna be one of my games.
This is definitely, yeah.
Dude, tell us about
Damn.
your situation over there, man. So did they put you up with like a nice spread and stuff, or what does it look like?
No, I'm just a fan.
Oh, he took on h6.
Oh, knight h6.
I'm a GM today, buddy. I called knight h6.
What?
Queen. What did we say? Queen H2.
I think
or
just
take?
GH
GH
and
is
then queen
the
h2.
is the simple. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
because
GH.
queen h2, white can go back knight f5, right?
Yeah,
And
why even bother calculating that, right?
I guess g6. It still looks completely winning for black.
Yeah, another way actually is
Rook f1.
yeah.
Yeah, queen h2, knight f5, rook f1. That's pretty good too.
Yeah, you
No,
have
then he
multiple
might
threats.
survive with
G4.
G4. So if you wanted to be super fancy, Mr. Bruce, you might play rook f1. But no, just take the knight.
I do like being super fancy, but
No, Gukesh.
Wait, but
No,
how does g4
Caro,
survive?
no more knight f2s, buddy.
Hold on. Queen h2, knight f5, rook f1, g4. Oh, sorry, queen's hit. Okay, we don't have time for rook
Queen's
f5.
hit. Mhm.
g5 maybe wins, but okay, yeah, now it's getting...
No, you can play rook takes
Knight
f5. Rook h2, g5 is made.
oh, he
h2
didn't
was
take the
played.
knight. He's coming with the queen.
Queen h2 play. Yeah, so rook takes f5. Okay, brilliant, Eugene. You have g5 mate. And then if
Oh,
EF,
dude,
it's
that's a
queen
nice
g3,
one.
knight h7, king h5, queen takes h3. It's made all over the board.
Oh, dude, he could have played GH, and he's going cold here.
Oh, man, Gukesh don't miss.
Don't miss.
I'll take
His
it
last
that
result
horse.
was losing, Kostya. His last result was losing. You have to wait till he at least like hits once before you bring that line out.
Gukesh has missed, boss. He has missed.
No.
No,
I mean,
that
knight
mate is
f5
nice,
is
dude.
forced. Knight
That's a
f5
mate.
is
That's
forced.
a nice mate.
Knight f5 is forced, right?
Yeah, played.
Okay. Rook f1. My threat is rook takes f5.
No.
I mean, G4 is the only thought, dude.
G4 is the only thought. What else? Do you have anything besides G4?
I'm
No,
taking on
G4.
F5 no matter what, you know.
G4
Oh, guys,
and rook
remember
takes.
We were watching Gukesh earlier, and he was calculating like before Queen G1, and then he looked down, and he like shook his head like yes. That's when he saw Rook takes F5, G5, this mate.
Oh.
That was the exact
There it
moment.
comes, Rook F1.
Rook F1 on the board. No, because on G4 it's Rook F5.
Now is Vidic gonna let it happen to himself? You know,
He's
is he
got
gonna
to.
be a
It's
good
too
sport?
beautiful.
Just let it happen.
So wait, G4, Rook F5. Can I play
No.
EF?
But then Queen G3 check, King G5, Knight H7, King H5, Queen H3.
There you go.
There you go. So it's force mate no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh man.
So mate on the board or resign? What's the vote?
I think he resigns when it's like mate in 2.
No, I think you got to be a good sport about it.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm going to give you guys an update. The Prague Fallujah game definitely going to be a draw at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And then after this mate, I guess we're going to go look at Naka, dude.
Oh yeah.
And yeah.
But the thing about it, if Vidit gets mated, he's still gonna do the autographs.
Oh yeah, dude. Vidit's a cool dude.
He's a cool dude. Oh my God, I saw Kasparov lost to Karpov in one of that like rapid blitz match or rapid match in New York. He stormed out of the room, throwing the fans alongside, like no autographs, really mad. And Karpov was all smiles and signing autographs.
Gukesh's not even at the board.
Something that's distressing to me is Abasov's played a couple passive moves, and I don't think there's any way he could lose it. But if he was gonna lose it, his last couple moves would be like the way to lose it.
Oh no.
Maybe Abasov is not good at these simple positions. Would you play Bishop F6 in Abasov?
There's nothing. There's no fear, dude. There's no fear.
Okay.
But I mean, I was
I would
thinking like
play
Rook D8,
to D8 in
Rook
general.
D8, King D3 is the point. And then I am going to get to the C2 coconut.
Right.
Hmm.
And that's technically a draw, but you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't.
Oh yeah,
think you need-
you were having so much problems then.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point for Marco. So Gukesh is also threatening Rook F4 check,
Yeah.
Oh my god.
EF, Queen F4, G4, G5, mate. And then if G4, there's Rook takes G4. So Rook F4 is also just nasty.
That's a pretty good threat too, yeah.
So there was some horrible blunder by Vidit somewhere, right? Allowing this.
I don't know about a
Well,
horrible.
we felt like his position was tough
I
for a
just thought it was
while.
bad, yeah.
Of course, he didn't have to get mated, but otherwise it would have been suffering and very bad endgame, I think.
Against King to G5, we should play Rook takes Knight anyway. And then King takes Queen G3. And then White can't make any space to avoid G6.
You guys, I think Naka might have a little pull now.
Maybe a big pull.
Yep.
I feel like something has gone wrong for Fabi. B7 is weak.
E7 is weak.
E7 is really weak.
Let me jump there, but let's keep an eye on Vidit. Oh, Naka could be doing it again. Bishop on E8? Uh-oh.
Yeah. I mean, Fabi's really gone passive. What happened to blockading D5?
Yeah, dude.
Every one of his pieces has gone to hell.
Yeah, a full retreat.
If Naka wins this one, he's gonna be up there.
Yeah, Bishop D7 on move 30 does not look like it. Like White's not. I don't even feel like White's threatening all that much. And Queen D8 was kind of weird. And then, oh no. Queen B4.
That's it, guys. I think Fabi is gonna go down. No time.
Oh,
Eugene, can we get the analysis? Does he look nervous now?
Oh yeah, let me take a look at the webcam.
Get the real evaluation here.
The real eval.
I mean, gosh, Naka really got the maximum from the structure, huh? Like.
Oh yeah, you
Jeez.
can sense the quick eye movement. See,
We
when
did
Fabio
play
does that with the
Queen
finger to the lips, that's
Yeah.
bad news.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That means I have no idea what to do.
Oh, Vida played G4. All right, we're about to see
Mate on the board,
the
baby.
slaughter.
Yeah, probably. I will allow it.
He took
Guys, do you remember
Gukesh.
Do you remember the famous game? Who was it? Kotov against Averbach,
Yes,
King's
the
Indian
mate.
people.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Ostenos. This is the next Kotov Averbach.
he's allowing it, dude. He's
Dude,
allowing
it's
it.
gonna be
What
man
a,
on
what
the
a
board.
champ.
No, it's resigns. Nope. King G5. Knight H7, he resigns.
No, he's gonna let it happen.
No, no,
dude.
no.
Knight H7. Knight H7.
He's gonna resign.
He's great
Resign?
at
He's
it.
not
Playing
gonna
with
Oh,
his
he
resign.
hands.
called
He's
it.
playing
He
for
really
me.
called it.
Oh, so
Oh,
close.
you did call it, dude.
I'm really impressed.
I told
with
you guys,
it.
mate in 2 is when he resigns.
He played out enough moves to really show the combination to everybody.
Yeah, it's good for the fans. Instructive.
Dude, Gukesh, man. Bam.
Gukesh me outside. How about that?
Gukesh me outside.
All right.
Dang. Wait, what? People are saying Hikaru won? No way.
Well, he was better.
Yeah.
He could.
That would be a little quick from the position we saw. Wait, some knight
Wait,
d5
they're
move just
moving.
happened.
Yeah,
They
dude,
left.
the score sheets are.
Oh yeah, well look at their
God.
position.
Knight
dude,
D5, he
it's done.
blundered. Oh,
Just
he
look
played
at the
B5.
position.
He blundered Knight D7, Knight D5.
Oh.
Man, Fabi fell apart like a stack of cards.
Jeez.
Wow, you
dude.
called that too, Eugene. You said he's about to lose, and it was like, well, he's under pressure, and it was
Right.
like done.
Damn, I didn't know it was that fast, but wow. Oh my god.
Dang. Wait, what does that mean for the standings? So now Naka's half point behind if Nepo draws?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it means Naka flips places with Fabi because Fabi came into
Right.
this +1, and Naka was on equal.
How does Naka do this every time?
Every time. Well, you know what Carlson said? This is Naka's best time to become the world champion.
That's true for basically everybody in the chess world right now. I mean, look at the sitting world champion. If you're in the candidates, this is the best time to become world champion.
That's true.
No, but also because Ding's just sitting there, dude.
Right.
He's just sitting there waiting.
Yeah. I
Dang,
mean,
so-
compare this to when, for example, Carlson was world champion for 10 years if you were playing in the candidates.
Oh man, yeah, he just hung knight d5. I mean, that's surprising because knight e7 check. I mean, and then knight on f8 that's very immediate after queen
Yeah,
d4.
that's the first thing you see. Knight e7 and knight somewhere, and you resign. And then he was like, oh, but my b pawn is also under attack.
Oh man, imagine the look Naka gave him when he played b5. Yikes.
Oh, man.
Probably
Naka
was like,
walked away
so
and was
fast.
like, that's good content.
Right. Oh my god. Well, Fabi is Naka's customer. He beat him 3 times. Every 3 with white. In Norway chess, in Isle of where was this? Isle of Man.
Grand
Yeah.
Swiss, yeah.
Yeah. And
And
now
now-
again. Oh my god.
That's
this
3
is
in a
so
row.
bad. 3 in a row.
Dang. Dude, that just wrecked Fabi's tournament because now he does have to go all out. He's gonna be like point and a half
yeah.
behind, right?
He's gonna be the crazy Fabi now.
He needs to win 3 or 4 out of his last 6 games.
And Nepo might still win this. Like his king is closer to the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
feel like I'm not confident I'd be holding this against anyone.
Oh, bishop on b6 is so bad.
It's still a complete draw, my friends. But yes, the guy played a little passively, and now if anybody has chances, it's white.
So he wants rook d6, right? Rook d8, rook d6 transfer.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, I think he needs to figure out what he's doing about G7, right? Because his king can't spend the whole game on F8. I don't think he's under any immediate direct threat from white yet. Because like rook C6 from white, he could still answer with bishop G1. The problem is his king.
So like rook d8 check, king c2, rook d6,
But then he's got rook c8, doesn't he?
Yeah, rook C8
rook c8.
and G7.
Yeah,
Rook
'cause you can't play rook
G6 at the
d8.
end of the line, though. Oh, we got check. It's tricky, though. Bishop F8, check, king D7.
Oh my gosh, the rook's coming out. One move to time control. So they're low on time, but they're fine. They've made a lot of moves.
Okay, we're about to see it. Rook D8. King C2. Yeah, I want to see this B5 moment from Fabi.
I don't know what else the guy was supposed to do, man. It was, I mean, because rook b8 falls to the exact same trick with knight e7, knight d5. So it's not like you can do anything about your pawn at that point.
Oh man. Okay, it's brutal. Here's the play-by-play. So Fabi goes B5. Naka didn't give him a look, but he did look extremely alarmed. He just didn't look in Fabi's direction. Goes knight e7 pretty quick, and then Fabi immediately realized it was over. Dang. Big sigh from Fabi.
Joseph Elliott saying if Nepo wins this game, I doubt anyone catches him. I think it's still way too early. He'd have a half-point lead with 6 games to play.
So if Nepo draws this, who will be leading?
Is Gukesh and
If
Gukesh
Nepo,
would
if Nepo
tie
draws,
for-
he'll be tied with Gukesh.
Oh,
Technically, Nepo hasn't gotten any points. Right now, Gukesh is leading the tournament.
Okay.
yeah, it's bad for Fabi. I mean,
So wait, if Nepo draws, he's tied with Gukesh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then Naka clear third.
Would be half a point behind them, yeah.
I think
with
Prague is
Prague.
there too.
Ah,
Yeah,
still
with Prague.
with Prague. Okay.
Prague also at +1.
So it's a very
and
tight
Prague is
race.
like 100% making a draw. It was like
Mhm.
dead equal.
Very tight. They've agreed to the draw now, too.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
So this is the last game going this section. And if I check the women's candidate section, now that the flaggings have been removed,
the flag.
well, they admit, because of the relay, they'd misflag them. The tan versus lay game is still just,
Yeah, look at this position. Oh my god.
just intense.
Oh
But
my
this
god.
looks, at first glance, I don't know.
At
Actually,
first
both kings
glance,
are.
black is up a pawn, right?
Yeah. Actually, that could be an important pawn with F6.
Total
Covering
madness.
E5.
That knight on E4 though is a monstrosity.
But look at this
Yeah.
double bomb cloud. I mean, this is
The
content.
double bomb cloud in the middle game. My eval is black is crushing.
Yeah.
Looks good for black, right? Yeah.
Just look at that knight and the extra point helps.
If black had a rook on h2, it would be kind of symmetrical around the bishops on d2 and c7 being
That's
pinned.
true. Wait, and who is? Oh, Tan, the leader loses if she loses this game.
Yeah, this would blow up the
It'll be
tournament.
The race
wide
opens
open.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she
It's
should have
wide
taken
open.
the repetition.
The one chasing her
Yeah.
also is Goryachkina, who drew today. So
So they're gonna be tied.
So if she loses, yeah, then they're tied.
Uh-huh.
But that also means Lei will be tied for first, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, interesting. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
so
it
Lei
shows
has
you how
won like
close
2
things
games
are.
in a row, so this will be her 3rd win.
Oh,
Yeah,
that,
anybody
that
saying,
race
like-
is wide open.
Anybody saying Nepo wins the tournament if he wins this game today, like just this round on the women's section should show like how much that's not the case. The person who's not only half a point behind but a full point behind can beat the leader. That would be like Naka or Prague beating Nepo somewhere in the next 6 rounds, right? And then there's a leapfrog and everybody's tied and who knows.
Yeah. Jeez.
Well, I got some good content with Naka and Gukesh for my recap.
Yeah. Oh man, that rook takes f5, checkmate, hanging the queen on h2. That's not something you get every day at this level.
No, it isn't. That was beautiful.
Abasov played f6 last move. I mean 14th move.
Oh, just say you're muted.
I'm sorry. After this f6 move, right? Rook c6, you gotta like white, dude.
Yeah, rook c6.
Yeah, guys, Abasov is not cutting it for me in his end gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
After Rook C6, I feel like you're like on the verge of collapse.
I only see like rook b8.
Yeah, if you have to play moves like Rook B8 and go full passive mode, maybe it's still survivable.
It also says, why did we play rook d8, right? I mean, I don't get it. If the rook were still on a8, I thought, like if he played f6 without the check, right?
Mhm.
I thought he could answer rook c6 with bishop g1, and then h3, and you maybe even play a4.
But then we have the classic principle of two weaknesses with Rook B8. I can play like G4, H4, H5, or H4, G5, and A5, G7. I can play in both wings.
Now, yes. Now on rook c6, rook b8. But I'm saying if we hadn't played the rook d8 check, if we left the rook on a8 and just played f6,
Right.
then with the rook on a8, I feel like I can answer rook c6 with bishop g1, h3, a4. It's a much less passive approach.
Okay, but let's just make an argument that it's just one weakness, and on rook c6 we just play rook b8.
So that's the only game left, right? A man's
Yeah.
game. Okay.
Yeah. I was also wondering about rook c6, bishop d4. Is that... Oh, I'm just hanging the pawn. Yeah, that is dumb.
Yeah. So it looks like Rook B8 is forced, right?
And then the good news for black is king d3, I can play bishop g1.
Okay, so I won't touch my king. I'll play G4. I'll slowly squeeze you.
Maybe you should move the h-pawn, so you're threatening king d3, because I'm going to play like king e7.
King E7, H4.
King
D7. Yeah, you're gonna kick my rook out. I don't have time.
Ah, I get your bishop. Yeah.
I think black is actually okay. I think it's just like, given the position we had earlier, though, it's like, how did this happen?
And then after rook c4, you can maybe go rook e8, right? And your rook can resume active duty.
Sure. I have one weakness, so it shouldn't be the end.
He just got the 30 minutes added, so maybe he can end the 30
Maybe
second
the correct
increment.
move is H4. Just the idea to meet king with H5 and rook C4, rook G4.
Yeah, for sure. Like to put the pawn on H5, try to have a second weakness over there.
Mm-hmm.
And, give it a little press.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be a long game. Nepo is gonna slowly try to squeeze it.
However, if you don't play rook c6 right now, I think I'm going to play rook d5.
No, rook C6 is automatic.
Yeah. Or you could even play king e7 if white dithers around, right? Just bringing the king, and on rook c6, then you have rook d6.
Well, the reason that rook c6 might not be automatic is just that I'm going to later gain a tempo with king e7, d7.
Right. But he's done it. He's
done it.
Yeah, played.
Yeah, but if you move your king to d7, g7 becomes weak, right? I can massage you now on both wings.
Yeah.
That's rook c4, rook g4 definitely feels like...
Yeah, the question is like G4.
I like
maybe
h4, h5. That
H4,
seems...
H5 is more accurate, probably.
Because then even like some bishop endgames start to feel funny.
Exactly.
Because like white's king can always walk in. Guys, I think I gotta get going soon for the recap. David, are you able to take over?
Oh yeah, I could. Yeah.
Cool.
I was gonna say another option for white in this live position would be like to rush your king to d5 to defend your rook. Your king can actually make it if he sprints.
No, but on king d3, I'm going to play bishop g1.
Okay, I play king
touching
c4,
2 coconuts.
I'm going to take the pawn on h2.
and I take a5.
Yeah, you could do that. I feel like that's a draw, but you could do that.
Okay. I think it's about as good as I. Well, okay.
And also,
let me
I
set up.
think if h4 right now for white.
Mhm.
Oh, wait, time out. Kostya, do you need to stop the stream so David can...
I should go pretty soon, but you can make your point. You can.
Okay, so if h4, I think black will play h5, so that we're then setting up for bishop f2. And we just in general don't want to allow the pawn to h5.
Can I play h5 g4?
h5 g4. Oh yeah, you can think about it, sure. Yeah, you can think about that.
Feels like pressure.
I want that exchange for sure, though, and then I'm going to play king e7, d7. Yeah. I think what we're trying to establish, right, is just like, what is the best way for white to keep the pressure on, right?
Yeah.
I don't see another idea, honestly, besides... Okay, besides h4 now, you could also play g4.
Right.
Then
So
the
yeah, it's
scope
time
of the rook may
to
be
open
limited.
the second front.
Mm-hmm.
Right here.
Okay, I got everything ready.
Okay, great. Guys, I'll sign off.
All right.
Yeah, I gotta go too.
See you
All right,
later.
man.
Thank you, Cartier.
Thank you for having me.
Folks, refresh your pages here in just a few moments. We're gonna switch hosts, but the stream will be back in the usual place. Alrighty, y'all, have
Bye-bye.
fun. See you tomorrow.